Bring it down close. The Havre Grace Planning Commission meeting for May 29th, 2025 will now come to order. I'll begin by calling the roll. Mr. Harry Miller.
Here.
Ms. Janice Chan.
Here.
Chip Place.
Here.
Farhad Shah.
I'm here.
Warren Hartenstein informed me that he will be absent tonight. Ed Garono.
Here.
And Chair Volney Ford is present. Okay.
Did you call Chip, please?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I'd also like to introduce Councilwoman Tammy Schnegus, who is our council liaison. And we have, let's see, April Eshak is our city attorney, is present. And Jeff Goen is director of the planning department. And Eric is, I dropped your title, I didn't have it written down here. City planner. Thank you. Under old business, again, we have tabled the proposed rules and procedures for the Planning Commission, and I take it there's been no progress on that. Is that right?
That's correct. Further information to follow in June.
Okay, good. So do I hear a motion that we let it remain on the table till the next meeting?
I move we let the
Rules and procedures.
rules and procedures
Yeah.
changes remain tabled till the next meeting.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please raise their hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, under new business, we have building permit number 2023-0408. The location is 2010 and 2000 Level Road. It's a subdivision, proposed subdivision known as the Legacies. The applicant is Jonathan Green, Eric McLaughlin, PK Law. It's to hear a request by the applicant for preliminary subdivision review and approval for constructing 290 dwelling units on the subject properties consisting of 101 single-family detached and 189 townhomes/villas on 63 acres in the RB Residential Business Zoning District. I believe we've all received the paperwork on this and the plats and everything. Everybody's seen this? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, before we go any further, as we stated in the last meeting a couple weeks ago, we are in the process of improving our procedures and revising certain procedures. And beginning tonight, when we have an official hearing like this, we're going to swear in each of the people that are testifying, and everybody except, of course, the commission itself. And that would include city staff, anybody that's going to speak. What I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to ask you to stand if you wish to speak tonight, or if you don't have to speak, but if you think you might speak, go ahead and stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth concerning your testimony before the Planning Commission at this hearing on May 29th, 2025? Signify by saying I do. I do. Thank you. So at this point, Jeff, I'll turn to you and have you present this case to us, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, members of the community. Good evening. So as you mentioned, this is a preliminary subdivision plan for 290 lots. The property is located at 2010 Level Road. There are 3 properties that make up the entire site. It's about 63 acres and it's zoned RB, residential business. And currently the site is used for agricultural purposes. There are forested areas in the northern portion of the property. There's a stream and wetlands on the southern portion. And currently there's access out to 155 to the north via a paved driveway, and then to the south is a gravel driveway with connection to Bully Rock Parkway. There are no floodplain or floodways on the property, and the property is not located within the Chesapeake Bay critical area. So as you may know, the properties were annexed into the city in 2013 through AR 277. At the time, it was a total of about 244 acres, and it consisted of 9 properties. And as part of that resolution, there were 13 conditions that were required, which I'll go through later on in the evaluation portion. And basically what that required is a single concept plan to be submitted to the city council for approval, basically laying out the roads, the planned uses for the site. And so that was done in November of 2020 and approved by city council. And then in 2024, there was a modification through resolution 2418, basically to adjust what at the time was a centralized park, to relocate that to Bully Rock Parkway, and I'll discuss that more in just a moment. So in terms of adjacent properties and the zoning, so to the north, east, and south is RB zoning, mainly consisting of single-family detached homes. To the east and sort of the southeast, southwest, are single-family homes within the R1 zoning district, as well as an office building in the MOE zoning district. So in terms of the applicant's request, as you mentioned, it's 290 lots, 101 single-family detached lots, and 189 townhome lots. They are proposing a 5.72 acre park just to the west of the property, adjacent to Bully Rock Parkway. And access will be to Bully Rock Parkway via 2 access points. So the next portion of the staff report evaluates the adequate public facilities, which require of Chapter 2 of the City Code, and that requires that the Department of Planning, as well as the Public Works, make a determination of the adequacy of the following. So schools in Chapter 2, Section 7. So for this site, Meadowvale Elementary is the elementary school, and then Havre de Grace Middle High is the middle high school. And so per Chapter 2 of the code, if there's capacity either at the school or an adjacent school that's up to 110% of the enrollment, then that meets the adequate facilities for schools. And so currently at Meadowvale it's 98%, and then at Havre de Grace Middle High School it's 90%. And so with the addition of the attendance generated for this development, it will stay under the 110% at both schools. So that is complied with. In terms of sewerage and water, the Department of Public Works has reviewed the subdivision plan in accordance with Chapter 2 and determined that the city sewerage is considered adequate for the proposed development. In terms of the water, as you may recall from last meeting, the Lamson development is providing funding for upgrades to the Graceview booster pump, which will allow for adequate capacity at the site for water. So the Department of Public Works has determined that the water for this site will be adequate. In terms of roads, there was a traffic impact study that was reviewed by Maryland Department of Transportation, and comments were provided to the applicant regarding impacts at MD 155 at the I-95 off-ramp, as well as at 155 in the Bully Rock intersection, and the applicant has agreed to mitigate the impacts at those intersections. Harford County reviewed the TIS and concluded that the proposed trips generation will result in a level of service D at Chapel Road Grace Manor intersection, and that's within the R1 zoning district. And per Chapter 2, the level of service that's deemed adequate is level C or better in the residential zoning districts. So they recommended that a mini roundabout be constructed at Chapel Road and Grace Manor intersection, but there are right-of-way constraints there. So the county actually owns the half of the right-of-way on the northern portion, and then there are obviously private properties at each corner. And so Department of Public Works determined that at this point, we can't really guarantee that you can build a mini roundabout there, and that really needs additional study. So we're not going to accept that recommendation from the county at this point. And what the Department of Public Works wants to do is consult with like a third-party traffic engineer and determine what the best approach there for that intersection is. So at this point, we are deeming it to meet the adequate public facilities for roads. And then if the third-party engineer determines that that is required, then we'll work to get that installed. But at this point, we're not accepting that recommendation. And so that concludes the adequate public facilities portion. And so as we discussed last time, there are some plans that are required to be approved and reviewed by the department directors, Department of Planning as well as Public Works. And those consist of the Forest Conservation Plan, and part of Chapter 81 is required that a forest stand delineation be approved by the department before coming to the Planning Commission. And that was submitted and approved in 2021, and those are valid for 5 years, so that's still a valid forest stand delineation. Also, a forest conservation plan, a preliminary plan, is to be submitted with the preliminary subdivision plan. And so that was submitted, at the time it was submitted, it was for the entire, I guess we'd call green property, which was 163 acres. And so staff has reviewed that, and it does appear to be in compliance with Chapter 81, the forest conservation regulations. And on that, there were no specimen trees identified to be removed. The next plan is the landscaping plan, and so that's required to be submitted with the preliminary subdivision plan as well, in which it was submitted, and it's currently being reviewed by the Department of Planning, so it meets that requirement. And then also the stormwater management plans per Chapter 169. And so the concept stormwater management plan and report were reviewed by the Department of Public Works on April 14th of this year and found to be complete. And so now it's going into the portion of the review that's within the Planning Commission's purview. And so the first section here just deals with the annexation resolution 277. As I mentioned, there were 13 conditions in the original approval. And so a lot of these apply to the property, the overall annexed property generally, and some apply specifically. So really the first 3, I would say, apply generally, and all of those have been complied with, basically requiring that City Council approve a single concept plan, which they have, and then that the single concept plan show the proposed uses, which are residential, commercial, and open space. The third one establishes that the open space for the entire property should be at least 1/4. And so as I mentioned, it's 244 acres, which would equate to 61 acres of open space, and they're providing 110. So obviously it meets that requirement. And then 50 of that is encumbered in a Maryland Environmental Trust easement, and then additionally 5.72 acres are in the public park. And then condition 4 basically states that any of the additional land cannot be more than 2/3 of one specific land use. And so based on the calculations they've provided, the allocation of remaining land will be 64% of residential, which is 85 acres, and 36% or 49 acres of business/commercial. So neither one of those exceeds 2/3. And so the fifth one is that there should be a public park, which I mentioned they're providing, a 5.72 acre park along Bully Rock Parkway. Number 6 was addressed by condition number 3 above regarding the amount of open space. Number 7 requires that there be a 6-foot wide paved trail that connects to Level Road. And so originally the design was to have sort of like a traffic circle in the middle, and then that additional road would connect out to 155. Well, that's somewhat been modified. And so now what we're suggesting is that trail be provided along Bully Rock Parkway, since the park is now going to be there. So that trail will run along Bully Rock Parkway up to the park, in which will allow connection to other subdivisions in the area like Scenic Vista and Scenic Manor. And so we're requesting that that be the 6-foot wide paved trail within a 20-foot wide public pedestrian easement along Bully Rock Parkway. Number 8 is that the road network across the property must reflect the public road connection to Scenic Manor subdivision, allowing for traffic to make access from Scenic Manor to Bully Rock Parkway. And that was provided for in the Scion Hill subdivision, so that's been met. Number 9 relates to site plan review, and this is a subdivision, so it's not applicable at this point. Again, number 10, it's kind of redundant regarding the amount of open space and business uses and residential, which I already addressed, so it meets that condition. And then 11, 12, and 13 relate to other properties that are not subject to this review tonight. And then during the 24 modified single concept plan, there were additional conditions applied to that approval. And so the first one basically states that there need to be 6 to 10 rustic parking spaces at the 5-acre park. And so those are not shown on the preliminary subdivision plan submitted to the department. So we're going to be recommending that they provide those. Number 2 is that the owners, developers of the green property shall provide a footpath accessible from interior of the legacies along Bully Rock Parkway to the park, which they have provided, so they meet that. Number 3 deals with a crosswalk from Monarchos Drive, and that was not provided on the plan, so we're suggesting they provide that. And then number 4 states that there should be direct access to the park. The green property owners, developers shall grant a permanent road and utility easement at a width compliant with the Harford County Road Code from where Road D connects to Mount Felix property to the stub road being constructed in the legacies at the northern part of the subdivision plan, as shown on Exhibit E. And I won't just continue to read all of that, but as a stub out is being provided adjacent to parcel 237 between lots 262 and 251. The stub out must be 20 feet wide and graded to allow for emergency vehicle access review by the chief of the Susquehanna Hose Company. And so essentially there's a stub out to a property which can then eventually provide access to the road that connects to 155. So while there is a property in between the road and the stub out, I mean, we have to address that when that property comes in for subdivision, make sure that the connection is made fully through that property. But that property is not subject to the review tonight. But allowing the stub out will allow that eventual connection to the existing road to 155. And then number 5 deals with a 50-foot wide access point along the Mount Felix Ionello property, and that property is not subject to review tonight, so that is not applicable. And then moving into the code sections, so chapter 122 deals with off-street parking, which requires 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit, and they're providing 4 parking spaces for each lot, 2 in the garage, 2 in the driveway. They have to meet a design requirement of 9 feet wide, which is essentially 18 feet for 2 spots, and they're complying with that. They're also providing 68 parking spaces within 6 parking lots throughout the development. And then chapter 173 deals with the subdivision regulations, and then the first one there in section 173-8 deals with the comprehensive plan and consistency with that. And so there are, a lot of policies that apply generally, but there are a few that, definitely apply specifically to the property. And the first one deals with the land use in chapter 2 of the comprehensive plan. And for this property, it's identified as medium density residential, which allows single family detached and attached units at a density between 5 and 7 units per acre. And so of course they're providing detached and townhouse single family attached units, and their density is within 5 to 7 units per acre, so they comply with that land use designation. In terms of transportation, the chapter 11 of the comprehensive plan establishes the following vision: to develop a true multimodal transportation system that serves all people's needs and to expand the accessible, walkable character of downtown throughout the city to improve pedestrian, bike, and mass transportation options, reduce reliance on automobiles, and enhance the user experience of Havre to Grace. And then it has a couple specific implementing actions. The following: to incorporate high comfort public pedestrian and bikeway connections along Bully Rock Parkway north of the traffic circle and through emerging developments to fully extend the opportunity for safe, active modes of transportation to the MOE. And then secondly, to develop concepts for bike and pedestrian connectivity from Bully Rock and newer developments into the downtown areas along Chapel Road, Ontario Street Extended, and or Lewis Lane, marked for the East Coast Greenway. And so, as I mentioned previously, one of the conditions of AR 277 was to provide that 6-foot paved trail. And so we are suggesting they do that, and we're making that a condition of approval. And then that will comply with the comprehensive plan to provide that trail and that multimodal path to connect eventually up to hopefully the MOE and 155. And then section 173.9, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back here. The floodplain management regulations. So as I mentioned, there's no floodplain, so chapter 78 does not apply. I mentioned that there's no, it's not in the critical, Chesapeake Bay critical area, so chapter 49 does not apply. And then section 173.10 through 14 addresses streets, roads, and their associated improvements. And so all the roads and rights-of-way will be public and comply with the Harford County Road Code in terms of their right-of-way widths, pavement widths, their sidewalks provided throughout the development. There is a requirement that cul-de-sac streets cannot exceed 600 feet, and Libby Lane does exceed 600 feet. But as you probably noticed, there is a stream and wetlands that runs through the southeast portion of the site, and so it essentially cuts off the rest of the property from that area where those homes are being developed. So the Department of Planning and Public Works recommends approving the for Libby Lane to exceed 600 feet because of that topography and environmental features on the site there. So we're fine with that cul-de-sac street being more than 600 feet. And then the lighting will be provided and must comply with Chapter 205, 11G of the City Code regarding the 0.05 foot candles of glare measured from the respective property lines. And so our review is that it complies with the street, roads, and improvement section. Section 173.14.1 is open space. And so that section references the zoning code of 205, which doesn't require open space for single-family detached, but it does require open space for townhomes. And I'll go through that in more detail. There's a section that addresses townhomes and open space. So I'll talk about that in just a moment. So then moving into Chapter 205, zoning. The property is Zone RB, which allows single-family detached and attached as a matter of right. Table 1, which identifies all of the bulk regulations, lot coverage, height, setbacks, those all have been complied with. So it complies with that portion of the zoning regulations. And then Chapter 205-9F are specific requirements for townhome developments. And so the first one is just that the property has to be at least 10,000 square feet, and this property is 63 acres. The second one, number 2, talks about there has to be a minimum and a maximum number of units within a townhome stick or building, if you will. And so that's 3 at a minimum, 8 at a maximum, and they have 3 as a minimum and 6 as a maximum, so they comply with that. Number 3 is that the front facade of a townhome building block shall be offset at a minimum of 2 feet for every 3 units, and they provided some architectural pictures, renderings that show that offset, so it complies with that. Number 4 talks about ingress and egress easements at least 10 feet wide shall be provided so that the rear of the townhome units may be accessed from common open space and public rights-of-way. Those, we did not find those on the plan, so we're going to be suggesting that they add those. Number 5 requires a distance separation between the ends of 2 townhome buildings, and they comply with that. It's 26 feet, and then 15 feet setback from property lines, and so they're much further away than 15 feet, so they comply with that. And then number 6 talks about the amount of open space that must be required. So if a townhouse project has at least 15 units, then they have to provide 20% open space. And then 25% of that open space has to be active open space. And so the project area is 13.71 acres, and the project contains 189 dwelling units. Therefore, 2.74 acres of open space is required, and 9.8 is provided. And then the active open space is 0.69 acres that's required, and that's being provided in the 5.72 acre park. And then the maximum density of a townhouse development cannot exceed 16 dwelling units per acre. And so if you just divide the 189 by the 13.71, you get 13.78, which is less than the 16 dwelling units per acre. And so in terms of the staff recommendation, we're recommending approval of the preliminary subdivision plan with the 5 conditions that I outlined. The first is that they provide that 6-foot wide paved trail within a 20-foot wide public pedestrian easement along Bully Rock Parkway from Scion Hill Drive to the north boundary of the public park, so essentially all the way through the park. Number 2 is that they add 6 rustic parking spaces to the public park. 3, pedestrian crosswalks shall be provided from Narcos Drive to the park entrance on Bully Rock Parkway. 4 is that the ingress easements at least 10 feet in width shall be provided so that the rear of each townhome unit can be accessed from common open space and/or public or private rights-of-way. And then 5 is that the stub road between lots 262 and 251 must be constructed at least 20 feet wide and graded to allow for emergency vehicles to access, which after review by the chief of the Susquehanna Host Company. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Now, before we entertain questions from the commissioners of the department, I want to ask the commission to consider a motion to strike Planning Commission consideration of a memorandum from member Chip Place to the Planning Commission dated May 27th, 2025. I think you all saw this. It came to you by email, I think 2 days ago or yesterday. This Planning Commission sits as a quasi-judicial body, which among other obligations hears and considers applications for preliminary subdivision plans. Under that review process, we are to consider the application and its exhibits, the staff report submitted by the Department of Planning, and evidence at the hearing, which we are now conducting. On May 27th, 2025, member Chip Place circulated, and with all good intentions, I'm sure, among the Planning Commission members and the Planning Department staff, his position on numerous matters concerning the pending application. The memo also contains factual statements outside of the public record, which are not under oath. In doing so, Mr. Place has prejudged the application before the applicants have had an opportunity to present their case for public deliberation by this body. I'm asking for a motion to strike the memorandum from any consideration by this commission and to allow the commission members to base their decision on public deliberations after the evidence presented tonight, together with the application, exhibits, and staff report. Commission members will be free to ask questions of the applicants at the appropriate time during the proceeding, and Mr. Place can present whatever he wishes from his memorandum. But it needs to be done here in the formal meeting and not behind the scenes 2 days ago. You know, that's the position. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'm seconding it.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor,
Well,
please?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that's pretty outrageous, really.
Well,
You know, we have a staff report that makes factual statements. Appreciate all the work that staff put into that, but as commissioners, we also have every right to participate and offer our own commentary and our own analysis of this case. And, and I went out of my way to present this a couple of days ahead of time so staff could review it, so commissioners could review it, and so it would be part of the public record. And now to try to censor that is really not right. It's totally wrong. There's been no basis established within this commission to restrict any kind of participation by a commissioner that way. It's a hugely dangerous precedent, and I don't think we should. I'm surprised you even brought this up. And really, to sandbag me like this tonight, before you never mentioned this to me before, you bring this up now in the middle of a public hearing, and it's really wrong. I'm disappointed. I can't tell you how disappointed I am with that. And I can just resubmit this right now for the public record, and it's the same effect. So what's the point of this? And I'll read every line of this memo into the public record if that's more satisfactory to you. I was hoping to submit this ahead of time so I could be more succinct in my commentary tonight. But I really resent this. And for the work I've put into this, and that you all are bringing this up without any prior basis whatsoever.
Well, it's just not the proper way to conduct
That's
formal hearing, and courts don't do it. This is not done.
we don't have. This is the way we've done it before. We have no authority presented to us that this is a different process. We're talking rules and procedures. That's the place to bring this up. If you want to bring this up in our discussion of rules and procedures, that's fine. But don't make it up as we go along. And don't make it up right now as we're starting a public hearing on a very, very important land use application. It's just not right. It's totally wrong.
Well, we'll see how the commissioners feel about it. It's, in my view, and in the view of some others, it is very unfair to be preparing something like that and circulating it ahead of a hearing. And I know that you've done it a couple of times in the past, but it's just, right. It just keeps happening, and this is not the proper way to proceed in a public hearing.
Well, censoring a planning commissioner is not a proper way to proceed either.
Yeah. But for this purpose of this hearing, we need essentially to, I'm sure most everybody's read it anyway, but we need to formally remove it from consideration in case this case is ever challenged in a Board of Appeals or in a circuit court.
All right, this is going to be a long night.
This is
going to be a very, very long night.
Yeah. So we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. How many ayes we got? 1, 2, 3. Okay, motion fails.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I'd like to formally resubmit my memo of May 27th for the record. And I'll give you a paper copy at the end of the hearing if you'd like to have it.
Okay. We will now entertain questions of the administration of the department from our commissioners.
I have a couple. First of all, when was the school study plan done? What year?
I believe the document we received from the school was 2023.
Is that 98% full? It was in 2023, as of 2023?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Do you have on your document here, you said that there's a office space that's going to be allowed. On page 8 of this, it says that approximately 41% of the entire area will be open space, and of the remaining area, 63%, 63.6 will be residential, and 36.4 will be commercial. Where is that, where is that going to be in this? Because I didn't see this in its plan at all.
Sure, so that deals with the overall single concept plan for the 244 acres. That's the overall site, and then this is just a small portion, the 63 acres for residential.
So
That's gonna be off-site,
That's a whole nother issue.
more than
Okay.
likely up by the intersection of 155 and Bully Rock Parkway. That's sort of the commercial area.
Thanks. I was really wondering about that one because it just popped in there and I
Right,
thought,
right.
that's not something I've seen before. The next thing is, I don't see that we've got the funding. It might be secured, but is that a definite? I mean, should we proceed with all this when we don't necessarily have the funding yet? You're saying it's secured, but that doesn't mean it's here. Am I correct? Or is
So
the funding already there? We just need to do the groundwork?
Sure, so in terms of the APF requirement, it's just that you have an agreement for the funding. You don't actually have to have the funding in place or the improvements constructed. So as long as you have that agreement, then you meet APF.
Okay.
And then, and with any APF, as we talked about, we're not going to issue building permits until things are done. So even though it may not be technically all the way, finalized right now, per the APF Chapter 2, we can proceed and just not issue building permits until those things are completed. So you can feel assured that, things will not get built until APF is met.
Got it.
But things can proceed to a later point, and we have ways to make sure things get done, so.
No, thank you on that one. I have just a few more. The Chapel Road and the Grace Manor area, that is tabled now? Or is that something that we have to consider coming down the road?
Sure, so we send all these traffic impact studies
Right.
and, to Harford County for review because they have the expertise to do that for us. But when they send back our recommendations, they're not requirements, and so we can consider those in compliance with, our Chapter 2 APF for roads. And then obviously what is feasible, right? So they can say, do this, but if it's not actually feasible and you can't build it, then, we're not going to accept that recommendation. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. We're not sure if we can actually build that mini roundabout at that location because of constraints with right-of-way as well as private property and just the engineering of that. And so that's something that they recommended, but I don't know how much they studied that. And so what we need to do is get with a third-party engineer, and it's Public Works, our director is going to do that, hire someone to review that traffic study and determine what's the best way to address traffic there. And if it determines that a mini roundabout is, then we'll move forward with that. But it may be that that's not the best way to do it.
Okay.
So, but in terms of APF, I think we're fine. We can move forward with that because that's an off-site improvement. That's not something that needs to be done on-site. So we'll definitely get that worked out before building permits get issued, yeah.
Well, I have one more that's really, two actually, that are really important to me because I live right off of Bully Rock Parkway.
Sure.
I live on Monarcos, and my property is part of the Monarcos Drive area down there. So we're talking about we already have one access road from the new development that's been done, and already done. Then we have the two new ones coming in. And that subdivision right there and that road has two blind spots coming down. And you're saying you're going to put a crosswalk in there. Well, and there's a park going to be put in there as well. You can't just have a crosswalk and two blind, it's got to be flashing lights. There's got to be some safety net there, just not a crosswalk.
Definitely, yep.
Yeah, that's important right there. Because as I come down there, I see people speeding down there all the time. That's just not a safe spot. The next thing is the park itself. Are you going to be removing any of the trees from there? Because that's an area where there's a lot of trees.
I don't know if that's been determined yet. They're dedicating it to the city, and the city will have the ability to approve it.
The city will do that? Okay. And then the last question I have is, let me see. On page, let me see if I can find it. You have an area on here that was done saying that, let me see. I have it written down here. Part V, number 7, it says the walkway should go all the way to Level Road and up to the connecting walkway to Chapel Road. Why are we shortening that just to the park? Why is it that 6-foot walkway? Why is that being shortened just to the park instead of all the way out to Level Road?
Well, currently the subdivision only addresses the area from Scion Hill Drive to the park, right? It's just those 3 properties. So as development comes in, going all the way up to Level Road, we'll definitely make that a requirement of those properties when they come through. So we'll eventually get a full connection all the way up, but right now, they're only requesting subdivision for those 3 properties, so they're providing it for those 3 properties.
Well, you mean the developers are asking to just do those 3 properties? Or who's asking for that? Because it was in the original document, if I could find it, the preliminary plan was for it to go to the level road. So when did that change?
Right, so I think probably what that was talking about is going, because remember there was like traffic circle in the middle, and there was the park, and then there's the road that goes to 155.
Yeah.
So I think the idea was to have that path go in that pattern, but in 2024, that was modified to move the park to Bully Rock
Okay.
Road. And so now we're asking that that path, instead of going up through the middle, which there won't be any kind of road there anymore, go along Bully Rock Parkway. And then eventually, as the developments come in, going further up Bully Rock to 155, we'll ask those properties to do the same. So we'll get that connection all the way up,
I got it.
just in a more, I guess, a less direct way that was originally contemplated in the original single concept plan, but that was modified. So now we have to modify the path to get back up to Level Road.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Let's talk about Libby Lane. So, does that require a variance?
It does not.
It does not.
It's-
So it doesn't have to go to the Board of Appeals that we can approve that variance?
It actually says the Director of Planning and Public Works can approve it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the traffic study, again, I'm stuck on, the Grace Manor thing and, Lewis Lane, Ontario, the whole deal. How far did we go with this one? Remind me?
Per the code, you're only required to go a quarter mile. This one extends out well over a mile. So, I mean, just from that standpoint, it's going beyond what is really required by the code. And so it doesn't go all the way down to Lewis Lane. So
Understood.
it's not required to,
Yeah, I always had a problem with that, and I still do, but the code's the code.
I just need a clarification. You have these 6 conditions or 5 conditions of approval. How do you, as the planning director, how do you evaluate those as the project goes along? Or do you do that? What point do you do that at?
Ensure that these are done. It'll be mainly during site construction for most of them. Number 4 will be done on the plat. Number 1 is a construction item, as well as number 2, 3. Yeah, so pretty much during construction on the site.
Ready? All right, thank you. Let me just respectfully remind my fellow commissioners that we don't have to approve this tonight. If we think additional information is required, we could table it. If we think the plan is not satisfactory, we could deny the application. But this is a very large subdivision application in the city, and I think it's really important that we take our time and consider it and make sure we're doing it right.
Excuse me. This segment is questions of the administration. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask the director, this is a public hearing, is it not?
Yes.
And under Chapter 25, and I hate to bring this up again, under Chapter 25 of the City Code, we are required, and that being the Planning Commission, we are required to provide public notice on the website of a public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
But the notice on the city website makes no mention of a public hearing, correct?
No, it advertises the hearing.
No, it doesn't say public hearing. It makes no mention of the public hearing. And in fact, what it says, the public's participation is the public is invited to attend and observe the meeting. That's it. That's it. So once again, we have failed to provide adequate public notice of this public hearing. And for that reason alone, this hearing needs to be continued till adequate public notice is provided. Now also,
Address that? April would like to address that.
Sorry.
April would like to address that.
Okay.
Right?
sure.
Yes.
Yes, given Mr. Place's comment on this at the last meeting, I did a little research. There's a case I found that in a footnote it says, with respect to this particular application, quote, although described as a, quote, public meeting in the provision of the code at issue in that case, it refers to it as a hearing. It is clear to us from our review of the record extract that by whatever name it is called, the Planning Commission conducted a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing on the site plan, in that case it was a site plan, not to be confused with the legislative type public meeting. So I think while Mr. Place's concerns are well taken, the research suggests that when it's noticed and the public is participating and there's an evidentiary hearing, that it will be deemed a public hearing. So I just wanted to advise the chair of that before going forward.
All right, well, a footnote in a case is not, and I'm just don't understand the resistance to actually identifying this as a public hearing and putting the further limitations to the public's participation is invited to attend and observe. That suggests that the public is not invited to comment. So I'll move on to the next point here.
If I could just clarify. So we'll make the changes. We don't have a problem making the changes. You mentioned it last time,
Right.
but we had already posted it to the website, so we couldn't change it. So moving forward, we're going to make those changes just to make it clear.
Okay.
So there isn't any confusion.
All right, well, again, I think we should continue this until, you know, a more complete public notice is provided. And so, and let me get on to the next point on this too, because,
So can I ask a question?
yeah,
And I apologize. If you honestly believe that, why are we going to go on with the rest of your comments? Why don't you make a motion and see what, you know, the commission agrees or not?
okay, I could do that. Let
Because, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Like,
understand. No, I think that's a fair point, Harry. But, and let me add to that, though. You know, after the Lamson hearing, I sent an email to the director and to Eric asking if we'd received any written comments. And, because none were presented at the Lamson hearing. And I never received a reply. So today I asked the director and Eric, have we received any written comments on this? Because I know Mr. Iannella submitted written comments. I believe the general manager of Bully Rock submitted written comments. And I was advised just a moment ago, well, we are not entertaining written comments. People have to come and testify directly. Now, that has not been our practice. Whenever people have submitted written comments, they've been presented to us, if not before, within the Google Drive, or they've certainly been submitted to us at the dais during the public hearing. But we've never excluded written comments from the public hearing. And now I'm hearing again tonight that that's no longer our practice. But we have not, as a commission, decided that as a practice. And again, if you're going to give public notice, you know, tell people what the process is. Tell people if you want to comment, you have to come. You can't, written comments are no longer accepted, as they've always been accepted before this planning commission. So once again, you know, we're subverting the public participation process here. By the way, we're giving notice, and by the way, we seem to be changing rules on the department seems to be changing rules without consultation with the commission and on its own initiative. And so neither one of those are correct. So yeah, Harry, I'll make a motion that we adjourn this public hearing until proper notice is provided on the city's website and that notice is clear as to what public participation consists of. If the commission decides that written comments are not going to be accepted and that oral testimony is required, then that should be in the public notice. So I'll make that a motion.
I have a second. Motion fails
All right.
without a second.
Okay. No, because there's a lot to discuss, so let's move on. I just hope our practice changes going forward. All right. Now, I think we all agree that a landscape plan is required to be submitted with the preliminary subdivision application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do you interpret the current landscape plan, and it also relates to the forest conservation plan, regarding the hedgerow, the current hedgerow along Bully Rock Parkway? When you look at that plan, it looks like that hedgerow could be removed in favor of reforestation. Is that how you interpret it?
Well, the landscape plans are not something that the planning commission has purview over.
The landscape plan is required to be submitted with the preliminary application. So I'm asking you a direct question. How do you interpret that landscape plan?
And I'm telling you that the planning commission does not have purview over that. It's a staff level department review.
Let me interject. We're not here to consider the details of landscaping plans or forest conservation plans or the availability and of water and sewer. Our responsibility as a planning commission is to see that the administration has made a determination about those things, the planning department.
Well,
And that's as
Mr.
far as we
Chairman,
go.
all those items are required to be submitted as part of the preliminary subdivision application. And under the purposes of the subdivision regulations, all those things are, the traffic impacts, landscape, everything is required to be considered as part of the subdivision application. So all this is totally relevant to the subdivision application. And again, because it's required to be submitted with the preliminary subdivision application, it is within the commission's purview to ask questions regarding that. And that's why I was hoping for a straightforward answer from the director as to how he interpreted that. Also regarding the wetland system that extends north from the hedgerow towards the old barn site, whether you view that the existing vegetation there is being retained or removed in favor of forest restoration. Can you answer that question?
Yes, Commissioner Chip, it is not our understanding of reviewing the preliminary landscape plans at this time that they are in planning to remove any of the existing vegetation and replace it with any forest conservation requirements. That being said, the Forest Conservation Act of Chapter 81 and at the FCA at the state level, it explicitly states that they're not to be removed within the wetland or stream buffer area, which is currently at about 25 feet. What they are showing is the if the wetland buffer area is devoid of any vegetation, i.e. trees or shrubbery, that the applicant, part of the forest conservation, is required to reforest and afforest the wetland buffer area and to meet the minimum requirements at the state level.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. So you would view the hedgerow also as being retained absent additional vegetation, because that's an overall important site plan consideration. I think people would be very upset to someday see that hedgerow is gone. That's a basic subdivision and site plan consideration. So do you view that the hedgerow is being retained as well?
I do view the hedgerow as being retained, and also I view it as the current preliminary forest conservation plan, that the hedgerow adjacent to the Bully Rock Parkway as being enhanced and buffered out behind the rear of the dwellings.
Okay, very good, thank you. And I would suggest then that that be a condition, clear condition of any landscape and forest conservation plan approval. All right, under forest conservation, also a forest stand delineation drawing is required to be submitted with the preliminary subdivision application. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And I understand one was submitted over 4 years ago that was approved by the, I think we're back to planning directors on August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, I went out, and I guess I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I went out under, as allowed under the state law, and visited the site, and I measured some trees out there myself. And I measured, and I just, for the record, I have a background as an architect, so I know how to use a tape measure. I measured at least 6 additional trees within the 17.72 acres slated for removal that were over 30 inches in diameter under the forest conservation law. And so, and that was, you know, there were many other that were very close and that I didn't count, but I have provided you with a diagram that shows the rough location of those trees, and hope that, and I suggest that also that be admitted for the record, as it was part of my prior memo, and that I would request that the department go out in the field, and I'm happy to go with you, to verify whether those are indeed specimen trees, and that those be included in a revised forest stand delineation drawing. Okay. All right. I saw nothing in the submission from the applicant that identifies the 17.72 acres to be removed as contiguous forest that connects the largest undeveloped or most vegetated tracts of land within and adjacent to the site as priority retention area. And I'll skip the citation. Did you see anything in the documents that identified that stretch of forest as contiguous forest that would qualify as priority retention areas?
At this time, only the forest stand delineation and the preliminary forest conservation plan have preliminary approval. A final forest conservation plan will be submitted along with the final subdivision plan application and reviewed for consistency with Chapter 81 forest conservation.
Okay, well, let me suggest to you that identifying contiguous forest is a basic part of the forest stand delineation drawing and process, and you all that should be included within the record. And if required, that those drawings should be amended. Similarly, the 17.72 acres, there's nothing in the record that indicates that this site, including the forest stand, is part of the original Scion Hill property, the 315 acres of the original Scion Hill property that's listed under the National Register of Historic Places. And I've provided you also with the documentation on that. The full designation in the last 2 pages clearly indicates that the entire site is part of the designated historic preservation. So you saw nothing in the drawings that made reference to the historic designation of this property? I'll take that as a no. Now, of course, the site being part of a National Register of Historic Places raises the bar further on forest retention, and that, along with the specimen trees that are on the site, will require a variance from the forest conservation law. I saw no application for a variance in the materials that have been submitted. Has any application for a variance been submitted?
The forest stand delineation was originally submitted and approved on March 24th of 2021. At that time, the specimen trees were identified on the forest stand delineation and approves forest stand delineation per state code of the Forest Conservation. States that a forest stand delineation approval is valid for up to 5 years.
Maybe, maybe. And I've already testified to you and represented to you that there are additional specimen trees that showed on that drawing. And additionally, the property is on the National Register of Historic Places.
The one property that you identified, the parcel, is outside of the scope of the current applicant's request, where you identified specimen trees A and B. The additional specimen trees are at a caliper that would be consistent with a tree growth of 1 inch per year. Therefore, at the time of the forest stand delineation analysis and submission and approval, those trees, to our understanding, would not have been qualified for a 30-inch caliper at that time.
Eric, they're specimen trees right now at the time of preliminary subdivision application. All right. All right, and so we have not identified basically we have not identified that as a priority retention area. All right, and just, a reminder that the city just recently adopted its comprehensive plan, and Chapter 9 emphasizes that for the Forest Conservation and Landscape Ordinance are to be strictly enforced to preserve the tree canopy and to meet state standards, which are currently being strengthened. All right, I'm going to go on to schools now and adequate public facilities. So I think, as Janice pointed out, the public school capacity letter from Harford County was submitted on, it took data from September 30th, 2022. So that's a couple of school years ago, and so is out of date. And we have a more recent, letter from the Harford County Public Schools for Lamson that's relies on data from September 30th, 2023. And that shows that basically, the bottom line is if you took both Havre de Grace and Aberdeen elementary schools, they'll be over capacity by 469 students. And the Havre de Grace High School will be over capacity by 142 students, and that includes now the Legacies and Mount Felix, which is part of the single concept plan. And I only noted that 144, the units of Scion Hill Estates did not seem to be referenced in those studies. So I would suggest that it would be prudent before we proceed with the preliminary application to get an updated letter from the school, from the county schools, based on September 2024 data. So we're up to date. And just a little anecdote, just looking out my window at the school stop behind our house, 2 years ago there were 2 kids, now there's 6 kids. So, and this is in an area of Bully Rock that's already been developed, not even counting new schools. So again, I would suggest we need updated school information before proceeding on this. On sewer and water, there's been, we have assurances from Director Conway that the sewer system, which flows through the Native Dancer pump station, which is in Bully Rock and has failed in the past year, that improvements are being made to that, and the capacity, both the capacity and the state of repairs should be okay, but we have not seen any of the city's engineering reports on that. And, under state law, the Planning Commission is entitled to obtain any reports or other records within the possession of the city, and I would suggest it would be really helpful to see those engineering reports so we have a very much clearer understanding of both the capacity and state of repairs for the sewage treatment.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
While I appreciate this information, I thought we were supposed to be asking questions of the department, not making recommendations at this time. So I'm just asking your opinion, sir.
I'm trying to be patient.
All right.
We are straying far away from our duties and responsibilities as a planning commission. We must rely on the experts in the administration, water, sewer, planning department to certify to us that these things, these conditions have been met. It's not up to us to sit here and pick apart their areas of responsibility.
Well,
And, you know, we could sit here until day after tomorrow doing that. And we've got to move on. And we need to focus on what our areas of direct responsibility are, if you don't mind.
well.
And so if
I
you
do-
would go ahead and continue.
No, I do mind, because again, adequate public facilities need to be demonstrated, and I'm just suggesting that they'd be demonstrated better if we had the engineering reports.
You know, I'm not disagreeing with that part. My point was, this point of the meeting is to ask questions of the Department of Planning. So I'm not disputing what you're actually saying. I'm disputing the timing of what you're saying now. You're not asking them direct questions.
A direct question would be, could you provide the engineering reports that related to both the sewer and water supply?
Repeat that question again, please.
I would ask that the department provide the engineering reports to support adequacy. of
Okay,
the
so that's a request, that's not a question.
You want me to-
That's our point.
Could you please provide, my question is, could you please provide the engineering reports demonstrating the adequacy of the sewer and water supply?
And I don't know that the planning commission, it's necessary for us to require or request reports and evidence. I think it's
I mean, the
enough
director-
for us,
the
for you
director
to
of
be able to
public-
certify to us that the conditions have been met. That's your role, that's our role.
Well, we can request that under state law. We can request that city departments provide additional information. So that's what I'm suggesting.
If we wish
Yes.
additional information.
Yes, that's correct. All right, and just let me, I'm almost done here anyway. And again, maybe I'm going into this more because it was suggested that my memo was to be stricken, so I want to make sure I'm making the record very, very clear. Chapel Road and Grace Manor, adequate public facilities are required to be demonstrated regarding roads. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you have advised that the city's not prepared to make a recommendation regarding Chapel Road and Grace Manor, even though I think both certainly Hartford County has advised that that intersection is not at the required level of service. Is that correct? And that you all are going to pursue an independent study?
Correct, that was their recommendation.
Okay.
Was for a mini roundabout there, right?
All right, so, I would suggest that you all hold and ask that you hold off a determination of adequate public facilities on that point until the study is complete. That's a pretty wide open question. And, I think it would be important that you get that information, get that study done before any determination of adequate public facilities is raised. All right, we could spend a lot of time discussing the access to the Ionella property, I see Mr. Ionella is here. You know, I'll hold off discussion on that, but I'll comment that what's being proposed does not meet.
Well, save that until it's time to
I will. I'll save
comment.
that. And I'll just. All right, and I did appreciate the relocation of the trail, by the way, to make it along Bully Rock Parkway. I think that's certainly much more serviceable. I did point out in my comments that the current AASHTO and Maryland Shared Youth Path guidelines are for 10-foot trails with 2-foot corridors, and Hartford County's minimum is 8 feet. All right, but I'll leave it at that.
That it?
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the department from any of the commissioners? Yes.
I just have one, and it's about trees, and it's just about when you remove trees, like they're going to take trees out and then replant trees, as I noticed on the document that we have. Are you considering native trees, or, I mean, the developers, I guess this is a developer question, but are you the ones who follow up to make sure that they're using our comprehensive plan correctly regarding the use of native trees versus, you know, development trees? I just don't know who's responsible for watching that.
Per the Chapter 81 State Forest Conservation Act, they are required to use native trees.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's it. So now we'll move to the applicant. And who would like to present? If you would come up and give us your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Eric McLaughlin. I'm an attorney with Pest and Cats Law, or PK Law, as you said, 4690 Millennium Drive in Belcamp. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, which, for the purposes of this evening, I'm just going to refer to as the Green family, yes, because there are business entities behind that. We're here to request that a member of this commission make a motion to approve a preliminary subdivision plan and to impose the conditions that were recommended by the city's director of planning, who has recommended approval of the plan. For our presentation, we intended 3 things. The first is I'm simply going to adopt and incorporate the summary that's contained in the staff report and all that it references. Second, Mr. Jonathan Green, who's here on behalf of the Green family, is going to address the commission. And then finally, Mr. Mitch Enzer of Bay State Land Services, who's been studying this property for more than a decade, is prepared to present this evening's by right plan. And he'll offer a professional opinion on why there should be a motion to approve the preliminary subdivision plan as the director recommends, subject to the 5 conditions. But I need to, for a moment, and I think sometimes we say these things off the cuff when we're in friendly conversation with our colleagues, and we say things like, for the record, and then we say something of import. There's been a lot of saying, for the record, this evening, because we're actually making a record, and it is substantial and important. And for that reason, it's my obligation to object to the inclusion of the non-public memorandum that was created by the commissioner to persuade members of this commission against this application. It is advocating against the application and the site plan. The memorandum, and I can only presume because we haven't seen it, hasn't been provided to my client or to his engineer, his other professional advisors, I presume is advocating against the application. And I want you to note, because the record will reflect, that what the commissioner indicated was that he was presenting this to his colleagues. It hasn't been presented to the applicant, the person who is here with a burden of proof to meet to persuade you all this evening, and yet you have the benefit of it. We don't. There is not a section of your code that permits a commissioner to serve as an advocate or to testify or to sponsor exhibits in the same proceeding over which he or she is sitting in judgment. It violates the Green family's due process rights. We know coming into any meeting before this commission what the rules are. We know what the standards are. We even know, because we had the benefit of a staff report ahead of time, what the questions are. And yet you all have had the benefit of something that supplemented that, presumably in an important way, that we don't know. That is a due process violation, and so I'm making a record of it. This is a document that was intended to be used to influence the deliberative process. It was given to members of a public commission. It hasn't been shared with the public, and unfortunately, I view that as a violation of Maryland's Open Meetings Act. Including the advocate's memo deprives the applicant of other certain rights, and it forces, unfortunately, the applicant to make potentially other procedural decisions as well. Also, based on the comments, I assume that the advocacy against the project that has been offered by the commissioner contains comments that are about the analysis of details of the other subordinate reports and plans that were submitted to the director and to his department for their review, which, as the chair noted, is not the proper purview of this group. Saying a plan must be submitted or saying that the plan must be reviewed does not answer the question of who must review it. And respectfully, I feel that the chair understands clearly what is here to be reviewed by this commission and which things are reviewed by the department and its chair. It is fundamentally improper for a commissioner to advocate, to testify, and to submit evidence. There is an example that I have to focus on because your code indicates that the commissioners, the members of this commission, have the right to a visit to the site. A visit to the site. The commissioner went to the site with Mr. Green. Mr. Green took him up there. Mr. Green's not aware that there was a subsequent visit. The code doesn't allow for a subsequent visit. Mr. Green didn't request or grant permission for the creation of an exhibit based on the things that are on the Green family's property, or again to advocate against this approval by creating and submitting exhibits proposed for inclusion in the record, exhibits that the applicant hasn't even seen yet, and that presumably the department, in its review and creation of a staff report for you, didn't need. It wasn't necessary. And so to now suggest, oh, I've created questions that this commission needs to review in advance of action on this application. So, in summary, what I'll say, and then I'm going to sit down because I want you to hear about this beautiful property. What I'm going to say is, the code does not say advocate, testify, introduce exhibits. What it says, your code provision says, this commission reviews, determines, and acts. Those are the verbs that are used in the code provision that addresses why we're here tonight. So we're asking you to review what's in front of you now that is properly part of the record, not extraneous evidence that is introduced in non-public fashion, and to act. And when we're done, we're going to ask that you act, and we appreciate your attention for that. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Green.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Green, if you'd give us your full name and address, please.
Jonathan Green, 2000 Sea Level Road, Havre, Grace is my office. Good evening, members of the Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Legacy's preliminary subdivision plan this evening. We sincerely appreciate the time and thoughtful review provided by this committee and Mr. Goins, Mr. Lawrence, April Ishak, and the city staff. For over 25 years, the Green family has supported the city's vision of managed growth, beginning with the alignment of the construction of Bully Rock Parkway in the year 2000, Annexation Resolution 277, which incorporated the Green family into the city, the Green property into the city under the residential business zoning in 2013. The single concept plan developed in coordination with AR 277 and adopted by the City Council in 2020. And tonight, with the Legacy's preliminary plan in 2025. The green property has long been identified as part of the designated growth area for both Harford County's development strategy and the city's comprehensive plan. All the proposed uses within this plan are permitted by right under the residential business zoning. This evening, we request a motion to approve the preliminary subdivision plan as presented, subject to the addition of the 5 conditions recommended by the Director of Planning in the staff report. Thank you.
Before you sit, any questions from the commissioners of Mr. Green?
I have one. Do you have a problem if we make additions or changes to the 5 that he brought up? Because there's some things that I think need to be a little bit tweaked on that. Like I said, the one particular instance is that crosswalk on, in Monarcos to across the way needs to have something other than a crosswalk. Do you have a problem with them having changes to that? Because I really do think it needs to be much more clarified than just a crosswalk.
Well, those were the terms that were presented to us. I mean, we've been working with the city for quite a while, and as you know, we are going to be making changes to the plan, so we'll take that up with the Department of Planning.
So it's okay if I submit the little things that I feel are need to be changed? I really do believe that is necessary. There's several of them. So we're okay with this. I just want to make sure because I'm a little bit worried about all the legalities that are going on right now.
Me too.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Did you want to say something?
I assume Ms. Chan will clarify in her motion, but I'm assuming you're just talking about flashing lights, things you see typically at a
They are blind spots. They are absolute blind spots, and you're talking about putting a park right across the street from a development.
So just safety features on the crosswalk, basically, right?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll turn it over to our engineer, Mitch.
All right. Yes, sir. You'd give us your name and address, please.
Yes, sir, happy to. My name is Mitch Enzer. I'm a partner and project manager for Bay State Land Services. We are located at 2012 Rock Spring Road in Forest Hill, Maryland, 21050. If I could address the crosswalk issue, just because it's hot off the press. That crosswalk would have to have and would be defined as a mid-block crosswalk.
Okay, I understand what that is.
And absolutely would have to have identifying crosswalk safety measures as a part of any installation.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And I'd like to thank Jonathan Green for having Bay State Land Services involved in this project. I'd like to thank the city staff for being here tonight and staff members here and both behind the scenes that do quite a bit of work on behalf of the department directors. They do a great job for the city as well. And I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for your consideration of tonight's proposal of the Legacies plan, and the City Council member for being in attendance as well. Just a little bit about me. My body of work includes 37 years of land planning and civil engineering, most of which occurs in Harford County. And much of what the city of Havre de Grace relies on is Harford County codes, which I deal with every day in those 37 years of experience. Bay State Land Services began work with the Green family in 2019, and it's been 6 years of effort that we've invested into this project. The Green family themselves funded the single concept plan preparation. And that was with no participation from any of the other 4 signers of the plan, and we're happy to do so to advance this project forward. The preliminary plan layout submission to the city was originally made, this same plan for the Legacies was originally made in 2023. With review comments that came from city staff, it was revised again in 2024, and that's the plan before you today. The layout of that plan of 2024 is before you today. So some of the items that are referenced as being from 2023 are letters that came in with this project when we submitted it for the very first time. And that is the only reason for the dated letters, is it has taken us nearly 2 years to get to this point. But that plan was some of the documents that accompanied the plan were the documents of record at the time of the submission. Myself here personally, before the Planning Commission, I have presented the single concept plan to the Planning Commission. I also submitted a project that was on the Green family. It was part of a 40-acre subdivision called Scion Hill Estates, now labeled as Scenic Vista. And that preliminary plan was approved in 2022, or recorded in 2022. It's actually an active construction job site. So I've been involved with this project on the planning based on the single concept plan, the Scion Hill Estates active subdivision, and the Legacies plan before you today. The site consists of 3 phases. Phase A consists of 148 units. Phase B consists of 99 units, and Phase C consists of 43 units. And as you look at the site from Bully Rock Parkway, Phase A, B, and C progress up the hill respectively as the development is anticipated to proceed. And as the director mentioned, it will include 290 total lots. The Department of Planning staff report outlines much of our work with the city staff and officials in offering a plan that we designed to be compliant with city code, with the Harford County codes that the city relies on for certain design aspects. And the plan offers a variety of housing types at price points to fit various household income levels. And we're very proud of that, of spreading the ability for folks to move to Havre de Grace, regardless of their household income level. As mentioned, it contains 101 single-family dwellings. They would be labeled as single-family detached, and 189 townhouse units, commonly known as single-family attached units. And that would be over 63 acres, which is the size of the project. And as noted, the project is zoned RB. The single concept plan that I mentioned that was approved in November of 2020 was modified in December of 2024. And that was by resolution 2024-18 and was approved. And it contained 5 conditions. 4 of those conditions were applicable to the Legacies plan. With that plan being approved, or that resolution being approved in December of 2024, I just want to remind you again that the plan was submitted, our plan, the Legacies plan was submitted in 2023 and was submitted again in 2024. That was April of 2024. So many of the comments that were rightfully made by the planning department are correct, but were made without us having the vision 8 months ahead of time of what that resolution may hold. But I can assure you that I've spoken with the Green family, and us as the design engineers for the project, we can accommodate the 4 conditions of 2024-18 that do apply to the Legacies project. And I do know some of those affect other properties that are part of the single concept plan, and we will work diligently to make all accommodations for their benefit and the Green property benefit. Section 2 of the staff report talks to the applicant request. And much like Mr. McLaughlin, much like Jonathan Green, we are hoping to have the Planning Commission make a recommendation of approval for the Legacies preliminary plan tonight, and accepting the 5 conditions as noted by the Department of Planning. The staff report does speak to adequate public facilities, and rather than rehashing all that the director had gone over, I'd like to highlight just a couple things. One, mainly the water design that we anticipate for this project. In addition to the APFO conditions that the Department of Public Works deems to be satisfied and satisfactory, our plan will, in our Phase A, which is the lowest phase, the 148-unit phase, will extend a water line through our Legacies project and across Bully Rock Parkway, and will connect to the dead-end water line at Monarcos. And that was worked out with the prior Department of Public Works Director and the current Department Public Works Director. We made that accommodation to assist the city and provide redundancy to the Monarcos subdivision and provide better water quality by having multiple flows, multiple ways of that water to flow through the system at the end of Monarcos. And I just wanted to highlight that accommodation that the Green family has made towards the city. With regard to roads, I do want to bring up that the Chapel Road and the Grace Manor Road topic is more than a mile away from this project. And if I follow the Harford County Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, any intersection that's more than 1/4 of a mile away is not subject to APFO. It is my understanding, and I am not the traffic engineer, but it is my understanding that that study was done as a benefit to the city, as a supplement to the traffic impact analysis, even though that intersection is more than 1/4 mile away from this project site. The Green family does, furthermore, on the staff report, there are 3 additional paragraphs, one which require the additional studies that were mentioned, and they have no objection to those additional studies. The associated department plan reviews. As mentioned, the forest stand delineation was reviewed and approved by the Department of Planning in 2021. It was at the request of the Department of Planning, through our questioning of them, of how would you like us to prepare the forest stand delineation. And it was requested of us to prepare the forest stand delineation for the entire property, which we did. Therefore, the time that it has taken for us to advance several of these preliminary plans into the city has resulted in a 4 or 5 year time frame from when the original study was done to now. At that time, we were also asked to prepare a jurisdictional determination and obtain a jurisdictional determination of all environmental features. And that request was made to the Army Corps of Engineers. That request was granted. The site was visited by the Army Corps of Engineers, and we have sent to the city for their records the resulting approval of the delineation of all environmental features, including streams and non-tidal wetlands. As noted and as required, the Forest Conservation Plan has been submitted, and the Department of Planning finds that it complies with the requirements of Chapter 81. And I do want to note that we concluded all of the Forest Conservation Plan requirements for all of the remaining Green properties, including the Legacies, so that we could offer an overall view of what the Forest Conservation Plan would look like. And what I do offer is that, and I know there was mention, and I did observe the prior Planning Commission meeting, and I think there was mention of some forest issues that the site results in a net negative of forest. I can assure you that our numbers show that this project has a net positive forest area of 7.1 acres. That 7.1 acres will also create a forest corridor from the forest on the other side of Level Road and will connect our forest that we are creating to other non-tidal wetland and environmental features that are further towards the Havre de Grace side from where we're creating our new forest. As mentioned, the landscape plan was submitted and as we understand is under review. But a quick highlight of the landscaping plan, both for the Scion Hill project and for the Legacies project. Those landscaping plans will result in the planting of over 570 street trees. Most regulations, the conventional square footage applied to a street tree is 500 square feet of canopy. And if I multiply those 576 street trees by the 500 square foot of canopy that those at maturity would provide, that offers another 6.6 acres of tree coverage to the property. The stormwater management plan is also a supplemental plan that goes into the Department of Public Works. We have submitted the concept stormwater plan, and that concept plan was approved and reviewed and approved by the Department of Public Works. And that was verified by a letter to us in April of 2024. As Section 5 reads in the staff report, it speaks to the preliminary plan review criteria. Just to be brief, items 1 through 6, we do acknowledge and we do agree with the staff report. Item number 7 speaks to the Lower Susquehanna Greenway Trail, and it speaks to that trail being at 6 feet. That is consistent with the requirements of AR 277. Now, the relocation of that trail, again, as I mentioned previously, was a condition of Resolution 2024-18. And as I mentioned before, 2024-18 was approved in December of 2024. We submitted in April. Our plan was in and submitted prior to that resolution. But again, we will comply and the plan does have the ability to comply with that requirement. I think item number 8 was satisfied by the Jonathan Green's property with a connection of the Scenic Manor Road out and through to Bully Rock Parkway. As noted, number 9 is not applicable. Number 10, we agree and acknowledge. And items number 11 through 13 were not applicable to the Legacies project. As I go down the staff report, it again speaks to the annexation resolution of 2024-18. I've mentioned how the plan can meet those conditions, and we fully intend to meet those conditions. And several of those conditions, I believe items 1, 2, and 3, are conditions of the staff report, conditions of approval. And as I mentioned, we fully will comply, and the plan does have the ability to do that. The director spoke to parking, subdivision regs. We agree and acknowledge those comments and agree that the plan will satisfy those obligations. We do agree that the site does not have any floodplain or critical area on the property. Libby Lane extending beyond 600 feet, and I'd like to just speak to that for a second. Libby Lane is paralleling and adjoining, as identified by the Army Corps of Engineers in our delineation, a non-tidal wetland. That non-tidal wetland is full of invasives. That non-tidal wetland does not have any associated forest with it. One of the questions earlier was, would that vegetation remain? Yes, it would. Would we propose to remove the invasives? Yes, that is part of forest conservation. Remove the invasives before you plant the new forest. And one of the items that we like to provide is forestation in those areas where there are unforested non-tidal wetlands. That was a goal of ours, and that's one of the reasons, one of the main reasons why Libby Lane was terminated where it was. As far as open space, I think the director mentioned that 25% of the site would have to be open space. And I think his records show that this plan far exceeds the open space requirements of the project as required by the single concept plan. And I'd just like to note that as of today, and this plan does, the single concept plan requirements are met by an excessive amount. All of the open space that's provided to date from the single concept plan requirement are all dedicated by the Green family. There's been no other participation in the open space of this project. And they were happy to do so, and 50 acres of it was in a conservation easement. Other areas such as the park, all 5.72 acres of land that the park will reside on and be dedicated to the city is offered by the Green family. And they're happy to do that. I'd also mention that the lower Susquehanna Trail, as it leaves from Bully Rock Parkway and begins its direction out towards 155 in compliance with the AR 277 requirements, that trail resides on what was the Green family property, and the balance of the trail that will parallel Bully Rock Parkway will reside on the Green property. So the Green property to date has the trail situated on all of its land, and they're happy to do so. So I just wanted to make that mention. The Green family, and as Jonathan Green mentioned, even back when Bully Rock Parkway was being created, the Green family property went towards the right-of-way of Bully Rock Parkway. It meanders down through and clipped the Green family property as it went from Level Road towards Bully Rock. And the Green family did not object. They didn't say, hey, you're going to stay off of our property. They worked to try to produce a nice roadway to benefit the city, to benefit Bully Rock, and had no objections to that. So, in my opinion, the Green family are a legacy family to the city of Havre de Grace, and I believe this plan deserves an approval tonight. So reading the recommendation portion of the planning director's staff report, I'd like to, thank him for such a thorough report and a very followable staff report for us as we try to make sure we're covering all the items needed to obtain a planning commission approval. And I assure you tonight that if there was a council member who makes a recommendation for approval of the Legacy's preliminary plan and conditions it with all 5 conditions as directed by the staff report, I can assure you on behalf of Bay State Land Services, we can accommodate all of those conditions. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll stay for any questions.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioners, who would like to ask first?
I just have one question. You said that the Green family was willing to accommodate the 6-foot walkway. Could you clarify that again?
Yes, well, Annexation Resolution 277 requires, as a result of the annexation of the properties, for a 6-foot wide lower Susquehanna Trail extension from the nearest point of the Chapel Road intersection to Level Road.
Okay.
The nearest point of any connection was at the Scion Hill Estates Drive location. So that is customary for me. As some of you may know, I will never come to a meeting without going to the site first that day. I did make a measurement of, well, one, to make sure it was constructed, and it is, and two, to confirm that it is in fact 6 feet wide, and it is. That trail then, as a result of the resolution 2024-18, was asked not to traverse more in line with what you would find on the approved single concept plan, but depart from that and actually parallel Bully Rock Parkway. And we can accommodate that. The reason why you wouldn't see it on the plan today is our plan was submitted before that resolution was adopted. And, but I can assure you we can accommodate
Thank
that
you.
relocation.
Yes.
Thank you all for your presentations. Just want to remind you all that planning commissioners have responsibility. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Jimmy, I was rattling some papers, so trying to avoid that. Planning commissioners have an independent responsibility to take a hard look at each application and responsibility and duty and right to make detailed comments on the application, including what was submitted by as a staff report. And I would have been happy to have shared my comments with the applicant, but we have pending rules that suggest that we are not supposed to discuss the merits of an application with the applicant. But if the department had wished to share my comments, I would not have objected to that. And state law does give the commissioners says may enter the land and make examinations and surveys, and now that we had a preliminary application, that is exactly what I did. But Mr. Ensor, I won't repeat the many things I said earlier. Let me just touch on a few things. In the Department of Public Works adequate public facilities letter regarding water supply, it discussed an 8-inch water main coming either from Route 155 or through adjoining properties of the Legacies. And I think your office was not prepared to agree to installing that water main at this time. What is the status of that?
The water main, and I'll start by saying there is a 12-inch stub that comes out of Scenic Manor, or Scenic Vista, I believe is how it's rebranded. Mm-hmm. We do plan on connecting into that, and our plan does show on the westernmost portion of the project where we propose to bring that water line out of the cul-de-sac court, run it down towards the Gashies Creek location, and extend that water line out to make a connection out to Level Road. So, as I mentioned previously, we have 3 phases of development. Mm-hmm. And we would like to open only a phase at a time.
Right.
So our purpose of asking for relief from building that line all at once to a terminus location that doesn't extend out to Level Road at this time is basically to reduce the amount of land disturbance to a smaller and more manageable land disturbance effort and build that water infrastructure as we move up the hill from phase A down at the lower portion, through phase B as we get up into the next phase of development, and then ultimately out towards its ultimate direction towards Maryland Route 155.
Okay, and then would that go through, there was 2 options provided. One was along the 50-foot easement, and the other was through the other lands of Green, which where your office suggested that there would be massive or mass disturbance of the site. So can you clarify that? Which way would it go?
At this time, we are proposing a by right direction.
And what, sorry?
A by right direction. So the plan, as we have it designed today, is to run through the Legacies project that is controlled by the Green family, and then to extend it through what is colored on the single concept plan, the business area that is between Gashies Creek and Bully Rock Parkway to its ultimate destination up to Maryland Route 155.
Okay, so that would be through the woods, basically, through the forest.
We would also be considering and working with city staff on not only extending the water through that direction, but we also have to extend sewer out to that direction to create a business infrastructure that would support both water and sewer.
Okay.
And in our mind, we envision that walking trail running through that same easement and meandering through the woods.
All right, I would just suggest, it would be really important to see those kind of details and the level of disturbance that might result from that. Let me also just mention for the record too that the area where you're going into the forest area was always identified in the concept plan as to be determined, and now we're proposing residential units through there. In the concept plan, the residential units were confined to the open field. So that's a change from certainly the 2020 concept plan. Let me talk.
If I could.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
The to be determined area was labeled that way mainly because we needed to make sure from the planning side and from where a business would want to be located, and to comply with the 2/3, 1/3 requirement, that to be determined area was put on the plan to show that we really don't have to have a color designation at any location. The to be determined was not residential, not business, but could be both. It could have been divided. Could have been partially residential and partially business. Okay. But there were some requests that I recall from the presentation of the single concept plan and discussions, I believe, with this commission that spoke to the fact that there was no desire to have any business uses on the east side of Gashies Creek. And the main reason why this design shows residential over in that to be determined is to comply with that statement, that pardon the pun, but the legacy statement that we recall from our early involvement in this project and trying to comply with the wishes of the city.
Okay. Yeah, I just say that because, again, that purple to be determined area also happens to coincide with the contiguous forest area through the site. Let me go, though, to the whole relationship with the Mount Felix property. And, the 2020 concept plan, and it's complicated, but it showed basically Mount Felix would have two options for ingress and egress. One was via what was called Road D, which is the 50-foot easement out to 155, and that was problematic, one, because it's in private ownership, and two, because it would be restricted to right turn only. The other option was to come out to a collector road C, which was identified in the concept plan, which would run through what's currently the Legacy's property. And then, as we were discussing at a sketch plan level a year ago, the Mount Felix property, it was identified that, there's also this 50-foot easement that goes out to Scion Hill Drive, and maybe that could serve as a primary access. But during the concept plan, originally that was just going to be an emergency access or for utilities. But even in considering that as a primary access, there was real questions whether a 50-foot easement is wide enough under Hartford County standards to accommodate what was proposed on the Ionella property. And so that was left a little bit hanging. And though the 2024 amendments to the concept plan were primarily regarding moving the park from the center of the site, which happened to adjoin the Mount Felix property, to the priority forest area. It did say that it did acknowledge that, yeah, I'm talking. It did identify that there was a potential access out to Scion Hill Drive, though not necessarily the primary access. But it also said there should be an access out to the legacies with a road that met Hartford County road standards, to a stub road to be determined. Now, currently the proposal is for a 20-foot wide emergency access between lots 251 and 262. And could you help reference me that to the site plan? Would that coincide with the old farm lane that goes through the woods there? Can you tell, or is that unrelated? Because there's an old farm lane that goes into the woods by that last caretaker's cottage there.
Okay, one, it does not correlate to the farm lane, and there's a reason why. We originally, in some of our early designs, had a completed design for a roadway to extend between those two lots that you just referenced, and actually put residential at that location. And it was determined at that time by the city officials that that yellow color of that piece of land, of the green property, was designated as business and not residential. So we took it off the plan. So it's just not on the plan. It's future development. There are, to my knowledge, no plans for that piece of property yet, and that property isn't on the agenda tonight.
Well,
nor is the INLO property.
But you were required to provide an easement to Hartford County road standards that would connect the INL property to the 50-foot easement. Is that correct?
That was part of the resolution 2024-18, adopted in December of 2024.
Right.
And as I mentioned multiple times, this plan was submitted in April of 2024.
So what I'm suggesting is, a 20-foot emergency access is not the same as a road connection that meets Hartford County road standards, and which would be for access from Mount Felix would be probably a 60-foot right-of-way, at least a 50-foot right-of-way. And the logical place to connect to, to Mount Felix would probably be along what I think is your Road E extension, where they could connect directly into the Legacies road system, which was the original intent and the original option of the 2020 concept plan. So I would just suggest that whole.
If I could respond to that?
Yeah, needs some rework.
If in between the two lots referenced, if you've opened the plan and looked at the plan, you would see a 50-foot right-of-way, and you would see a call-out that says 30-foot paving. And that paving section and right-of-way section is consistent with the Hartford County Road Code. So this plan, while that location is subject to change by working with the Iannella family or any contract purchaser that they have between my client and the Iannellos, we have the right to move that to whatever location is satisfactory to both parties. And I believe that's outlined in 2024-18.
It was to be approved by the Planning Commission. So, the staff report talks about just a 20-foot wide emergency access. So you're saying that's not necessarily what you're proposing?
Our plan proposes a 30-foot paved section to a terminus of a T turnaround consistent with the Harford County Road Code. And the Harford County Road Code speaks to T turnarounds as a temporary location proposing for a future extension once that T turnaround is removed. And as I mentioned multiple times, this plan can accommodate the conditions of 2024-18, and we will work to make sure everyone's satisfied with the resulting design.
Okay, yeah, so I think a little bit more work or clarification's needed on that. All right, that's my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Now we go to the public. And I know there are some of you who wish to speak. If you would just take turns and come up, and one at a time. I'm sorry. Request.
Filled out.
Oh, yeah.
There are a few of us who didn't stand to be sworn in who would now like to speak.
So who would like to speak that was not sworn in? Okay. If you would stand, let me find my little affirmation. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury to tell the truth concerning your testimony before the Planning Commission at this hearing on May 29th, 2025? Thank you. Now, some of you brought sign up to speak sheets up or had them sent up. You don't need that to speak to the Planning Commission. That's for the City Council. So whether you fill that form out or not is beside the point. You're welcome to speak. Who would like to step up first? Please come up and give us your name and address.
Hi there. Michelle Wall, 1715 Chapel Road, Havre, Grace, Maryland, under the water tower. 3 quick points. Traffic safety. There's 1,000 more cars coming out from the Legacy. I'm right there, I see it. That 3-way intersection that now that roundabout is off the table. I don't know how you're gonna stop them flying through Monarcos at a crosswalk. Just, I'm a former police officer, I'm thinking safety here. I'm not trying to just, cause problems, just at least consider how you're gonna slow down people, whether it's a bridge over top or something. Because almost daily at that 3-way intersection of Chapel, West Chapel, and Bully Rock Parkway, there's 2 stop signs. Most people coming down Bully Rock Parkway just want to run right through it. So that's a big concern, so I'm very concerned about that. There's blind spots. Okay, point 2, I have about an acre of trees that was undeveloped that's between Scenic Manor and Scenic Vista. I've lost 20 plus trees. My backwoods is a swamp area. Some of that is attributed to the ash beetle that I've dropped some trees. We all know about that. But I think that there needs to be some consideration about what these environmental changes are doing to all the different trees and everything. I would love to have some free trees put in my yard as a result of losing all these trees. Point 3, law enforcement background. Park concern. The location clearly was moved as a benefit to the developer. Sorry, guys, I think you're great. However, you've created an environment where a park will be a wooded area where you have easy access to 95. You need a security through environmental design study. Sex traffickers will be able to pick off kids in that park and get on 95 and out of Maryland in 15 minutes or less. It needs to be considered. 2 problems, one little park in Bayview Estates is problematic because it's all shrouded in woods. Police can't see what's going on. That's what you're going to have in an all-wooded park. If that location was just given to the city, who's going to pay for that to be developed into a park? Is that part of the design or plan? Or is the city just given a wooded lot that it will take years to be able to create a park that's safe? And being safe is where people can see the kids And you're not going to have, look up Friendship Park by BWI Airport. That park is a pedophile haven because it's all wooded and secluded. So just those considerations.
Thank you. Next, I think somebody raised their, please come up and give us your name and address.
My name's Jen Zemer, 124 Grace Manor Drive. Hear about traffic. I've been here before. It's amazing how much traffic comes through Grace Manor and Havre to Hills. And y'all have known about this for 20 years. Nothing is ever done. Gets discussed every once in a while, but all that happens, developments get approved, more houses get built. I mean, my God, Bully Rock was approved, I think, before my neighborhood. They're still not done building. 2,000 homes, I think they said at the council meeting last week. I don't know how many of that's the gated portion, but the gated portion's only way out is at the circle. And where do 90% of them go? Down Chapel Road. They don't go up to Bully Rock the Light and down 155. And especially not if their destination is the high school and the middle school. And especially not if they're going to want to go to the Wawa once it's built. I watched all your discussions about Wawa. I heard you guys talk about traffic. You know it's a problem. And nothing's ever done. Studies are done, they're ignored. They make recommendations, the city doesn't like the recommendations, they don't do them. I think the study you're talking about right now, 2019, that's a 6-year-old study. That was done before the middle school, high school was moved. So it didn't count people that used to go down 155 to get to school that now come through our neighborhoods. And you want to add more homes. I mean, we can't stop, I don't even remember the names of them, the one under the water tower. Obviously, they're already building. The Lamson property, when that first came up, I paid attention. But you all said it was going to go out over Martha Lewis Boulevard, and I thought, great, won't impact me at all. Just recently, they said, nope, we're going to make it U-turn, we're going to make it part of Bully Rock, and it's going to go all the way through Bully Rock to get in and out of just that little portion. So all of them are going to come down through our neighborhood. Please stop. Please pay attention to the studies. There's been numerous, and I don't even know who, I mean, we see the symbols, the things, they go up, they count the traffic. I don't know if you all actually get them, if you all actually read them. I don't know if these people share them with you. I have a copy of the 2019 one. I have a copy of one of the speed side studies. I just recently got part of a copy. They mysteriously lost everything except the one portion they gave me. I tried to get a copy of the county study. Police won't share it with me. I have to request that directly from the county, trying to figure out how to do that. Help. You've built our neighborhood into a corner. And there's no way out. Everybody's admitted that. But you keep adding to the problem. You keep finding ways around and you keep building. And, you know, I'm sorry, 3,000 cars a day. I'm an open window person in the spring and the fall. And the traffic and the noise, it's unbearable. And it's not fair. I bought that home not knowing that road was going to be a cut-through. My bad, I was young. I was building my first new home. Didn't do my due diligence, I guess, but the townhomes didn't exist. The road at the time did not go through. And when we asked, we were told it would not go through. Before the townhomes were even done, people were cutting through on a dirt road. They had to bring in the Jersey wall things and put them up to stop traffic coming through while they were building. Please pay attention to the studies. Please stop adding to our traffic until you can find some other way out to Route 40. It's just, you know, my husband always brings up, and I'm sure this officer is probably no longer with the city because this was probably 15 years ago when we complained about it back then. And one officer actually pulled my husband aside and said, nothing will happen until somebody dies. And I really hope that's not the case.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Tammy Coit, and I live at 1724 Scenic Manor Drive. I also share concerns regarding school capacity and the traffic impact. It concerns me that we were given recommendations that we're just blatantly disregarding for an opinion that matches what clear bias some folks have. I'm also concerned about the power grid. In Scenic Manor, it's already not stable. The power goes out frequently, though not for a long amount of time, but frequently flashes off and has become less reliable with the development of Scion Hill / Scenic Vista. Also, I know it's not identified as a floodplain, and I think Ms. Ball brought up some issues with the trees behind Scenic Manor Drive between Scenic Vista and Scenic Manor. There are huge flood areas back there. There's an existing lake back there if someone goes to look right now. It's been drained repeatedly. It's impacting the trees, which is then impacting Scenic Manor. So there's some examination that needs to be done about drainage. And then between the new protocols that you all have discussed that were not previously determined by this collective council, the apparent desire to prevent or discourage public input, and the attempt to strike important concerns raised, I can't help but wonder if the chairman of this council, who himself is a Havre de Grace home inspector, will incur any financial gain from the approval of this application. This hearing in general raises ethical concerns, and we residents of Havre de Grace should be able to trust that both the council and the commission are operating within a shared moral code, even when in disagreement. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I'm a retired home inspector.
Good evening. I'm Barry Marsh. I live at 309 Summer Squall Court in Bully Rock. First off, Chip, thank you for the homework that you do. Very much appreciated. Two things. One came to mind when they started talking about traffic. I sat here in a meeting, I think 2 years ago, Mr. Chairman, and it was brought to your attention as you go down Chapel Road in Bully Rock in the circle and start back up, how that road narrows. You would issued a memorandum to ensure that the widening of that would be expedited.
I'm sorry?
That the widening of that narrowing portion at the bottom of the hill would be widened. Yes, that little bridge. That was over 2 years ago. I guess your memorandum doesn't mean anything because no work at all has been done on widening that area. Now we've got another 290 homes coming in that's going to be using that egress. Maybe you could issue another memo to get that widened to prevent traffic accidents. Please. Third point, I think you're going to direct me to Public Works. I find it hard to believe that the infrastructure is adequate for these 290 homes, i.e. the sewage treatment plant at Native Dancer. They're already having issues with it. The builder's staff, the current builder's staff, has informed us that the 12-inch line that runs down to that area is not adequate for what we've got now. I just find it amazing that Public Works says with some minor upgrades, we're going to be fine. I would urge you to look into that because we're not going to be fine. I asked the developer where the sewage is going to go, and he says there's going to be 2 outlets, but that one of them is going to go through the Bully Rock area to a pumping station that doesn't have a grinder and is not up to speed to handle what is there now, let alone the additional. So I would ask that part of your approval be contingent upon looking at and getting a further report than Public Works, who seems to think it's going to be okay, that they're doing some upgrades, but they don't have any budget to do the upgrades. So if you would look into that, I would appreciate it. And again, thank you, Chip.
You caught me off guard when you talked about that narrow section of Chapel Road. I recall now, I did write a letter to the Director of Public Works requesting it. That's all I can do as a chair of a planning commission. What do you mean? Yeah. But I can't make them do it.
Could you follow up and...
Oh, you say can I now?
It's becoming more urgent now.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Carol Zimmerman at 211B Seneca Way in Havre de Grace. I am member of the board of the Havre de Grace Green Team. And I would like to comment on the subdivision plan from the standpoint of forest conservation. The preliminary forest conservation plan that was submitted to the planning department was prepared for the entire 163.9 acre green property, and it identifies 38.4 acres of existing forest with 17.7 acres proposed for clearing. I would note that this is a forest of large, mature trees contiguous with trees on the green property outside the subdivision. And as such, it deserves special scrutiny when it comes to plans for its destruction. Thus, my comments are as follows. First, the forest stand delineation was submitted and approved by the Planning Department in February of 2021, I believe. And it is the basis for the forest conservation plan of the subdivision. And the forest stand delineation shows only 2 specimen trees, that is, trees over 30 inch in diameter, in the area covered by the subdivision plan, and those are in the 5 acres that will become a public park. However, as we have heard from one of the planning commissioners who has walked the forest to be cleared, he discovered more trees of specimen size. Now, whether the planning department was unable to confirm the accuracy of the forest stand delineation at the time in 2021, I don't know. Nevertheless, the likelihood of additional specimen trees requires further on-the-ground investigation. Otherwise, the statement on page 7 of the staff report that says no specimen trees will be removed is called into doubt. Per the city code, in developing a forest conservation plan, the applicant shall give priority to techniques for retaining existing forest on the site. And consistent with state code, areas considered priority include contiguous forest that connects the largest undeveloped or most vegetated tracts of land within and adjacent to the site. It also, a priority is forest suitable for forest interior dwelling species. And a priority are trees having a diameter measured at 4.5 feet above the ground of 30 inches, that is specimen trees. Certainly, it is a contiguous forest that connects with lands adjacent to a site, and there are likely to be specimen trees in that area. Moreover, according to Maryland's Merlin website, the forest is identified as potential forest interior dwelling species habitat and should be a priority for retention. And there is no discussion of the forest interior habitat in the forest conservation plan. It seems like there should be. Finally, approval of the subdivision preliminary plan as presented is inconsistent with the Havre de Grace Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted by the City Council on May 5th of this year, which states the importance of forest conservation. On page 910 of that comprehensive plan, it says, maintaining large tracts of undisturbed woodlands or other natural vegetation within developments are a priority. On that same page, the city's forest conservation and landscape ordinances must be strictly enforced to preserve the tree canopy and to meet state standards. And so my comments and what I would urge the Planning Department and the Planning Commission to do is to think seriously about, all of these parameters of forest conservation, how they apply to this plan that's before you, because I think there's more investigation that's needed before approval. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I have a illustration I'd like to pass out that I can use as a reference, please.
Could you give us your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. Thank you. Peter Ianello, 1900 Level Road, Havre de Grace, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach the?
Yes,
Thank
yeah,
you.
if you'd like to approach us and hand it.
First and foremost, thank you very much for your time. I'd like to start with a reference to the record that Mr. Enser made. The single concept plan process started and it was approved by a City of Havre de Grace resolution in April of 2014. And from April 2014 until the single concept plan was approved the second time in November of 2020, my family had retained Frederick Ward and Associates and also the law office of Snee and Associates and also Venable. And from 2014 until 2020, the single concept approval plan process had cost us over $150,000. And Mr. Enser will certainly recall that during that process, he met with us and our representative, Tori Pierce of Frederick Ward, on many, many occasions. So I want to make sure that this record is corrected, that the Green family, and with all due respect, they were absolutely a critical and instrumental part of the single concept plan approval process, as was the Ionella family and the late Charlotte Patron, her estate, those three parties. And after the first single concept plan was approved in July of 2020, it had to be reapproved because of an acquisition of Sign Hill, and a gentleman named George Johnson then had to become a signatory of the concept plan, which then caused us again after the first approval to invest in tens and tens of thousands of dollars in a second approval process, which occurred in November of 2020. And I apologize because I didn't realize others were going to turn this into a little history lesson, but I want to make sure the history is accurately reflected. So going forward from there, there was a fundamental element of the single concept plan that said that the Ionella family was to benefit from an easement within 90 days after the issuance of the single concept plan. And regrettably, a suit had to be filed because the other signatory that was supposed to grant that easement failed to do so. So they sold the property, and the predecessor in title, or the successor in title, then actually granted the easement. So we have a certain record. In terms of, family contributions, when I say we, my family purchased Mount Felix in 2004, before there was a Bully Rock Parkway. And we wanted to start a farm. Actually, in particular, a vineyard and a winery was our dream. Fast forward 2020, something called COVID hits. And after spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, actually over $1 million in the infrastructure investment, the winery equipment, vines, maintenance, and after thousands of people that visited our agri-tourist location, there are few families that did more for tourism and promoting the wonderful things about Havre de Grace than what our family did. But the city had a greater vision of what the land could be used for. It's like the movie. We started a zoo, we started a farm, right? And we were annexed, we received the zoning, RB, high density, and that's what happened. Part of the annexation, part of the single concept plan had a park adjacent to our property that was going to be a buffer. and the park was moved. So fast forward, we're here today because when the park was moved, there was a provision in the annexation, there was a provision in the resolution when the park was moved that there would be a public road. Now, in September of 2023, our property received a 5-0, a conditional use approval for the concept plans that we've submitted, okay? In July of 2024, we applied for a parking variance, which we received. That took the parking from 3 to 2. And then in August of 2024, our kind neighbors filed a lawsuit, an appeal of the parking variance. So yet again, another attack on our property rights that over all of these years, the only thing we've attempted to do, we started a farm. The land then was annexed to a higher density, and we're simply trying to develop 15 acres. That's all. So what happens, we then end up settling with the neighbor that filed the suit in April of 2025. And we delivered a copy of that settlement agreement to the city. And in the settlement agreement, we have agreed to retire our access to Route 155 on the existing farmland. And we did so in reliance on the public road access that was granted. So number one, the single concept plan that was approved on 2 occasions, July of 2020 and November of 2020. On both of those single concept plans, on 2 occasions, there was connectivity for our upper 5 acres to this part of the development that's going to now be called the Legacies, on 2 occasions. On 2 occasions, there was a public park adjacent to our property. Okay, but that's off the table now. But what's on the table now is the idea that our public access is now going to be prevented. In exchange, we're getting a 20-foot emergency access. Now, to make matters worse, that this body needs to understand, this drawing is fictitious. It's an illusion. If you look at this, where the supposed access is, it's illustrated into a hill where the grade, the elevation change on the contour elevations, I believe the contour intervals, Mr. Enser, are probably, are they 10-foot intervals? Are they 5-foot intervals? The slope for every 1 foot horizontal, it goes up 1 foot vertical. It's practically a 45-degree slope. And if you look at the way they, quote unquote, designed this road, it actually runs parallel with the slope. So there's an expectation in this drawing. If this is what we are to rely upon for access, number one, as it's authored in this hearing, it's a 20-foot access. Number one, that's and it's an emergency access. So even if that was going to take place, this has to be cut into a slope that's going to run parallel with the slope, and it is on a constructability level. It is an expensive, costly, and prohibitive construction project. This is a real problem. I stand before this body again. I'd like to know, why is it that everything that's agreed to with other parties is taken off the table? And I have to come here again and again and again. And these illustrations, I apologize for wasting everyone's time here tonight. These illustrations were provided to the developer. We said, look, what can we do about this? So to be constructive and positive, what you have before you here is a drawing. And, well, I won't, it's the same drawing, I'll spare that. And what it is a drawing that shows how feasible it is to establish public road access from the Legacy project to the Mount Felix property. It doesn't cost the Legacy developers anything. When I say in terms of incrementally, there's really no downside. And so what I'm asking you to do is, if you decide that you'd like to approve of this plan, as I respect what you want to do, and I'm the last guy that wants to prevent progress. I would respectfully ask that you make a condition of approval access, and this drawing, by the way, was created by Frederick Ward. And I ask that you include this drawing as a condition of approval. And the other aspect of the condition of approval is to absolutely clarify this proposition that only the good Lord knows where it came from. How on earth did we go from a public road that was 24 feet wide minimum to the restriction of an emergency road that's 20 feet wide? And the last time I was before this body and the discussion was on the public park, I testified to all of these things. And I said, look, if you're going to move the park, what I testified to wasn't the aspect of the park. That was the decision. What I said was there's connectivity we're losing. If you look at the original single concept plan that Mr. Chip Place referenced, there was connectivity to this portion of our property. We are geologically constrained from accessing the lower portion of our property. There's a large hill, there's structures, and this part of the property, the upper part, the part that's adjacent to the Legacies, it's only public road access. The only public road access it can have is from the Legacies. Again, the current farm lane that we use, number one, it's an easement, a portion of which Mr. Green's family owns, and the second portion of which is owned by our other neighbor. So we don't control any of that. Now, for clarity's sake, at some time in the future, in the lane that we're currently using must be retired by us within 30 months. Now, we have the right to construct a parallel lane that ultimately, we have to get approval from State Highway, or there's an approval process that's a decision that if we choose to make that investment, then that's an investment that we'll have to consider. It's probably $200,000 investment. Alternatively, we have the right to access through vis-a-vis its public road, which I need you to understand this. I'm not asking any of you to grant me anything that we haven't had benefit of from the first approved single concept plan that Mr. Green was a signator. I'm not asking you to take anything away from Mr. Green that he was we were the signatories of the second single concept plan. And both of those plans, we had public road connectivity through what is now the Legacies projects. What I'm asking you to do is make sure they don't take the rights from us again. That's what I'm asking you to make sure that you're completely aware of. You have to understand, something on paper ultimately has to be constructed. And we've heard and I say this deferentially and respectfully to everybody in this room, we've heard of the experience in designing and the approach. These are very experienced people, very experienced developers. Yet I'm being granted access into a one-to-one slope that's supposed to run a couple of 100 feet. In the other aspect of this, the last critical point, have any of you ever heard the term a spite strip? Are spite strips legal in the state of Maryland? Here's the other part of the deal that's being presented that you need to be aware of. In between where the proposed stub road terminates in my property, there's land that is not part of anything here. It's not mentioned in the staff report. Contrary to another statement, the Ionello property is not part of this discussion, this hearing. That's not true. We have rights that were established and are defined in the last resolution. What I can tell you, the third piece of property is not on the table here. That's the spite strip that's in between the stub road and my property. But again, to be very positive and constructive, to take away the illusion and make it real so these fine gentlemen can proceed with their project, you have a proposal and that's very constructible, and it's on flat land, and it addresses that particular issue. And the last thing I mentioned in terms of the Ionello family, and I mentioned during COVID, we donated thousands and thousands of dollars of hand sanitizer. We were probably the first winery in the nation that ended up getting it. When that immediately happened, I looked at all of my wife and my kids and I said, guess what? The state of Maryland, they just closed. We're out of business with wine. But I just applied for a distillery license. Get ready. We're going to start making some hand sanitizers. And I had high school kids working for us. And we made hand sanitizer for the Havre de Grace Police Department, the City Hall, the State Police, Baltimore County. And to this day, 5 years later, I have mothers and young men and women that worked for us during that time, and they repeatedly say, thank you. But all the other kids were trying to figure out what to do. You know what? They still talk about what they learned at doing this, manufacturing hand sanitizer.
We're going to have to wrap this up.
Yeah, I just thank you. I want to put some context. My family also has legacy. Mm-hmm. My grandfather served in World War I. My uncle's World War II. My father, a pilot in the Korean War.
Sir, this is
thank you.
Way far away from development. Thank you, though.
And I appreciate that. We've heard about other legacy, and I just want to assure you of the fine qualities of my family as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
That being said, I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit 1 from Mr. Peter Ionello, the sketch plan that was provided today.
I'm sorry? Would you
Entering
repeat
into
that?
the record Exhibit 1 that was provided by Mr. Ionello today.
I didn't hear a word you said.
He's requesting to enter into the record this exhibit provided today by Mr. Ionello.
Okay. We just do that with a simple statement, or do we need to have a motion?
No, I think it should be in the form of a motion.
Okay.
And then also, I think you should allow the other side to comment on the proposed addition to the record.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We don't have a copy of it.
There you go. Do I hear a motion that we admit this drawing?
I think you could admit it into the record because it's been submitted and allow them to comment on it.
Yeah. You move it.
So moved that we enter into the record the sketch plan from the Ionellas.
Ionella, yeah. I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Discussion.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No disrespect intended here. And I've been here a while, right? Never done this before. Is this precedence we want to set that we accept exhibits that haven't been through the administration and accept them and whatever somebody wants to do with them on, you know, the night without, you know what I mean, checking any validity or whatever. And again, no disrespect, sir. So that's my comment.
Yes, ma'am.
For purposes of these proceedings, if something comes in during the proceedings, it can be considered part of the record. How much weight this body gives to it, in addition to whatever comments the other party has on it, is what you take into full consideration. But if it's not properly admitted into the record, then if anything were to be challenged in court, the court doesn't know what's included and what's not included.
Thank
so because it was submitted during the hearing time, that would be submitted as part of the record.
Thank you very much.
So, all in favor of putting this in the record, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, and again, Mitch Enzer, if you need to repeat, I can, but.
No, not name and address, no, you're
Okay.
already in.
Yeah, thank you. And I respect and I do understand engineers aren't cheap, and attorneys are very expensive compared to engineers. So I do understand Mr. Ionella has spent a lot of money. I'm testifying that the single concept plan that Bay State prepared has our name on it, and yes, everyone did sign. We were fully funded by the Green family. So we didn't accept any money from any other parties. The lawsuit that was mentioned, I'd just like to go on the record because it wasn't mentioned. That was the lawsuit up regarding the 50-foot right-of-way was not the Green family litigation. It was by others. When I mentioned the 2024-18, I went on the public record that says we are willing to accommodate adjustments to the plan according to condition number 4 of the resolution 2024-18. And if it's a city resolution, I don't know, Eric, would I need to ask for that resolution to be part of the record for tonight's testimony?
So I think we would ask the commission to take notice of the city's own resolutions, which at this point are passed as laws and part of the record, unless council disagrees.
I believe it is part of the submission packets that the city administration put in the record for tonight's hearing. So I believe it is already part of the documents presented.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I just have a quick highlight out of condition number 4. And if I can read that, it says the green property owners / developers shall grant a permanent road and utility easement, a width compliant with the Harford County Road Code, where Road D connects to the Mount Felix property. It was not our suggestion for a 20-foot access. I believe that's one of the conditions of the staff report approval. And as I mentioned on the record, The roadway that we have committed to working with the Ionella property to the satisfaction of both the Green property and the Ionella property was designed as a 30-foot road with a 50-foot right-of-way that is compliant with the Harford County Road Code. And it's shown on the plan, and as my personal design preference is to include that stub road not as a future stub road to be built, but because we will have two properties to the left and to the right of that stub road, it is always my company's desire to build that road while the roadways are being constructed, so that those adjoining properties to the left and right of that stub road don't believe that that's never going to be a road. I want that road to be there. And the reason why I want the road to be there is, one, it shows that there is an extended roadway to be extended in the future, and two, it allows those properties, when the homes are built, to tie their grading appropriately into the sidewalks that will be constructed on either side of that roadway. Again, consistent with the Harford County Road Code. So we did provide a public road width, not a 20-foot. That was a recommendation that's below the expectations of our design criteria in-house at Bay State Land Services.
So where does that stand right now? I mean, what you would like to see, what's keeping that from happening?
The constructed roadway?
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna stop that from happening.
I mean, from that stub continuing into Ionella.
That is a commitment that's in the resolution.
I
that
know,
is
but who,
made by a shall statement.
Who is it up to make that happen?
If you don't mind, I can read again from condition 4. And it's later on in the paragraph of the condition. Customary and reasonable costs associated with the preparation and recording of such easement. Now, in the resolution, it says easement. We have provided a full-blown right-of-way, not an easement, a right-of-way. And that was one of the items that Mr. Ionella mentioned, was from the Scion Hill Estates property, it was an easement, then it turned to a public right-of-way. This is, on our plan, committed to be a public right-of-way. Customary and reasonable costs associated with the preparation and recording of such easement shall be borne by the owner-developer of the Mount Felix Ionello property, unless such owner declines to pay for the easement preparation and recordation. There is no easement preparation because we're providing a roadway, permanent roadway right-of-way for a road. But yes, it's going to be a public roadway, and we have no objection to working with the Ionello family or their developers and putting in a roadway that's satisfactory to both parties.
You propose to take that road right to your east property line. Is that right?
Yes, it's to the
top.
The top, yes.
Yeah, where you hit the property line.
And adjustments to that proposed roadway to the, I guess if we're looking up towards the top of the page, adjusting that to the right is something that we've committed to accommodating. And again, we didn't have the advantage of the resolution language at the time this plan was submitted.
Mr. Ensor, though, the stub road and easement that you're showing, it does not connect to the Ionella property.
No, it extends up to the northernmost portion of the Green property. There is no spike strip, but the land beyond that stub road terminus and right-of-way terminus is still the Green property.
Right. So it doesn't connect to the Ionella property?
Not on this plan.
Well, I think that's part of the issue.
Part of the issue is this plan was submitted long before the resolution ever existed.
All right, so I don't think we have satisfaction of that resolution then. All right. That's the problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Eric McLaughlin. Once this plan is prepared and presented to this commission showing what's on this property, it doesn't prohibit or even inhibit the ability of a future plan to show the future connection that's of concern. And I think it's important to mention, because the suggestion is that it was reasonable to rely on the single concept plan and what was depicted in the single concept plan as a guarantee of how the access would go, or that there would be access of a certain type or quality. And on each version of the single concept plan, in note number 1, the language reads, "The single concept plan depicts the proposed location of roads and utilities which are expected. Nothing set forth herein, or as shown on this single concept plan, or as contained in the annexation resolution, or in the staff report dated July 31, 2020, constitutes a current dedication in fee simple of any right-of-way for public roads or utilities, and the proposed locations may be subject to change due to engineering issues," which is precisely what Mr. Enzer is speaking to, that he's able to tell you, knowing that there are design issues, knowing that there are future opportunities to address those issues, as shown on this plan, those conditions are met. This plan doesn't inhibit the ability of them to be met. I also want to mention that on the single concept plan itself, which is where that note comes from, there's further language under the submission section. And it says, "Notwithstanding the joint submission of this single concept plan by the undersigned, following approval of the single concept plan, including the provisions contained in the note, each of the undersigned may thereafter independently pursue full review and approval of site development, plan permits, and all related approvals for the development proposed on their respective properties without the requirement that the other owners' properties participate in the approvals." So it's absolutely appropriate, it's legally appropriate for the Green family to be approaching that access issue on this plan in this fashion. Knowing that they have been and will remain community players, there's no reason for the commission to believe that they won't continue to want to accommodate what the requirements of the single concept plan are.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. Who would like to speak now? Please. If you could give us your name and address.
I'm Carol George Andrews from 118 Gracecroft Drive. All this development is disturbing to me, resulting in significant loss of our tree canopy and increased traffic through the area. I'm asking how this is in the best interest of the citizens of Havre de Grace. I am in agreement with Carol Zimmerman about her comments on the loss of trees and forest in this proposed development. And I'm also concerned about the schools. And it seems to me it would be appropriate that we would have something from the Board of Education letting us know about projected enrollment considering all these new developments. That just seems to make sense to me, because it seems like, I don't know if we have that. They said in 23 they got enrollment, but did that include all these new developments coming in? I don't know. But anyway, I'm also concerned about the increased amount of traffic there will be on Chapel Road at the busy intersection of Chapel, Gracecroft Drive, and my street, which is, well, Gracecroft Drive is my street, and Grace Manor. So it's there's Chapel Road, and it's a four-way intersection there. I use this intersection every day as I drive through it and walk over it. There is pedestrian and bicycle in addition to auto traffic at this intersection, which has no traffic control, crosswalks, or sidewalks. I have been active about contacting the city for 8 years to address this intersection. The Department of Planning staff report states that the traffic impact study concluded that the proposed development trip generation will result in a level of service D at Chapel, Grace Manor, and Gracecroft, which is not an acceptable level of surface in residential zoning districts. And as our friend in the planning department said, that the county recommends a roundabout paid for by the developer, and that there are concerns about right-of-way restrictions. So I want to know what does the city plan to do with this intersection, and why is it not a priority even before the proposed development moves forward? This intersection is a safety concern, and I've seen accidents there and just waiting for something bad to happen, because I even see children riding their scooters across, walking across, but something needs to be done, and not when this development's done. It needs to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Megan Cantor, 1640 Vista Bay Court. So a few things. I want everyone to consider that the Scion Hill development was delayed almost a year. So all of those projected numbers, traffic studies, schools, and I don't know exactly what those numbers are, but that development is just now going underway, and it was delayed a year. And so I don't know if the numbers, schools, traffic, etc., are going to be acceptable to what's going on with this new development in relationship to it, because I don't know if the data is actually there yet, because they're still developing that, and it's just in the beginning phases, and we're just in phase 1. As far as the new development, so being conservative on the amount of children, say you have 2 children per household, that puts you at around 580 additional children. And then as far as a whole family, it puts it around almost 1,200 additional people. That's a family of 4, of traffic, schools, access to health care, which is also nothing that anyone has talked about. The traffic study, and I would say to anyone that hasn't drove down where Grace Manor is, I live off of Vista Bay, so it's up Chapel Road, and I take that on a daily basis to go to the grocery or wherever, and it's a zoo down there. I know I was complaining about the traffic on my road. I live in a court, and the way people speed down there, and so I had a police officer come up and talk to me about it. I've talked to the city council about it and complaining about that, and then there was one child that actually got hit by a car. Now luckily he survived. He was wearing a helmet and his bike helped break that, but that was there on that road. So, it's only a matter of time that someone gets killed. It's gonna happen. I can tell you firsthand, as an RN, working at shock trauma for a decade, that it will happen. It will. Lastly, Mr. Iannello mentioned that, the road. It sounds like they're going to accommodate that, but perhaps some sort of plan, if there is a road leading out to 155, maybe that would help route traffic in a different direction. I think that's all that I have. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Going to be very brief.
Yay.
Jean Johnson, 666 Chesapeake Drive. I just want to comment briefly on the subdivision plan. In my view, the historic properties, Scion Hill and Mount Felix, are inadequately protected in the current plan. If you go back and read the single concept plan from City Resolution 2016 that's been referenced earlier, repeatedly that plan emphasizes again and again the beauty and the significance of the location of the two historic homes. Also, in my view, the plan to clear the 50-acre mature forest is wrong. We all understand the life-giving capacity of forests. How can eliminating forest habitat be wise? We all know how critically important forests are for the Chesapeake Bay watershed, both for human health and for the planet. I honestly think, and I think we can kind of see this happening this evening, I honestly think if more city citizens knew about and understood the legacy's plans, they would ask, isn't there a better way to protect the environment, to preserve our history, and to build, yes, to build some new homes? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. Thank you so much for all your comments. At this time, I'll come back to the commissioners and open this up to discussion among the commissioners. Do you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, Chair, I just wanted to say if the commissioners have further questions, they could ask them now. If you're ready to close the record, you may want to do that first before you get into the deliberations. So there would be a motion to close the record, a second, then if they're ready to close the record, then you would have the deliberation. But if you still need to ask more questions, then that should be done first.
Okay, before we do that, we took a vote on whether to admit this memorandum from Commissioner Place, and the vote failed. And so this is still live, and he asked that this be put in the record.
So at that point, you may want to give the applicant the opportunity to review it and comment on it, and since they did not have an opportunity to review it yet, that would require either a recess or coming back another day, whatever's the commission decides. But if it's up, they may not want to comment on it tonight. I just don't know.
So I'm trying to figure out what to do with this thing. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And council, I don't want the opportunity to review it right now. Our position is that it's an illegal submission, that it should not be part of the considerations of this commission. I don't know that there's a procedure that allows you to renew your motion. If there is, that is my request. But to the extent that we are left, we being the applicant, left in a position of believing that a negative outcome of this proceeding is in any way based on that document, our procedural hands will be tied.
I see.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes.
Is it an illegal submission?
The members of the commission are meant to review the application, review the staff report, and then ask questions of the applicants, and then hear testimony also of the citizens and affected adjoining property owners. When a commission member pre-submits a memorandum that takes a position before the opportunity to be heard has been made, and when they haven't had an opportunity to review it before, because we don't allow for ex parte communications with the applicants, so there's no way to circulate something like that. So really, the commission should review all the documents, hear things at the public hearing, and then deliberate amongst yourselves while you're here, and that's where Mr. Place and other commission members' concerns would be made.
Regardless of what it actually says, because they have no clue.
Correct, and one of the problems is there were some factual conclusions made in the document that are not in the record based on personal observation, so that's where the conflict comes in also, on the factual conclusions.
Fair enough.
Counsel, I apologize.
Talking to counsel. So, fair enough. That's a great explanation. I really appreciate it. One of the things earlier, and this is procedural, we had a motion, but we were not able to discuss the motion. You know what I'm saying? So that was because I might have asked that question earlier, and based upon, things that counsel said might have, affected the vote. So that's where we're at right now. I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
And I apologize for interrupting you. No, I was going to simply punctuate counsel's point, and that it's not simply that the memorandum with, I can't refer to them as facts, right? There's information in a document. I don't know if it's factual information or not. It could be argument. However, in addition to that, it clearly is a submission of exhibits that are intended as evidence, and there has been testimony about it and from it, which is intended as evidence. And that part, I believe, is illegal.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I hear a motion that we close the record for discussion now.
Could I just add?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've made the point here sorry. Yeah, I think I've made the points here, not only in the memo, but in my extensive questioning of our staff and of the applicant. So, I think the points have been made, and they exist on the record.
Well, we can only hope you made all the points that were in that
tried.
memo. It was pretty lengthy.
Yep.
Okay, do I hear a motion that we close the record for discussion and motion? This is a new procedure for you guys.
I motion we close the record.
Second?
I would second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. You understand what we were doing?
Could I ask one question on that?
Yeah, we didn't have any discussion.
Yes.
Okay, and I did have another question then. So are we or are we not including this in the record? Yes or no? Because the first motion was to exclude it from the record, but we didn't have any discussion, and I couldn't ask my question. Then we had, now it's come full circle again, and we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from the council. So I was just wondering, what are we closing the record with it in, or are we closing the record excluding it?
If I may, you may want to amend the motion closing the record, and then you could amend it to exclude the memo. That would be one way to do it. So it would be separate from the prior motion, which failed. But you can close the record, and then you can amend that motion with excluding that memo if that's what you wanted to do to amend it. That would be an option.
And it's what the group wants to do. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, and since we're seemingly adopting new procedures here without having discussed them previously, I would be concerned. I think my opinion is that there's certainly additional information that is required here. And I would suggest at minimum that we table this matter.
Wait, hold on. So we're discussing the motion, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're discussing I think the motion to close the record. And
That means we're not hearing any more testimony from others. That means
Excellent. All right.
bringing it up.
yeah.
So let's
And-
vote.
So wait. So, and my question though is, I think there's more information that we should be acquiring, and I wouldn't want to close the record and then foreclose the opportunity to table this and acquire additional information.
Can I say something?
Yes.
It would seem to me that in the tradition and the legalities of how this commission operates, we are to take in the information offered, the testimony, etc., that occurs here in this public forum, and that we should not take into account in our discussions or our decision-making information that is not dispersed in the public realm to be argued or countered or discussed. So it would seem to me that we should close the record without that memorandum either in the record or discussed unless it's discussed in this room tonight.
So, and I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to be difficult, please. Just wanted the opportunity to be able to ask a question before I made a vote, okay? So, is the motion still on the table to close the record and second, right? That's the motion.
Yeah, it's the motion and second.
Okay.
So let's have a discussion about that motion.
Well, I got my question answered, so I'm good.
Okay, anybody else?
Well, let me ask council, would you consider closing the record to preclude tabling this matter for
That's separate.
acquiring further additional information?
I think a table motion would be separate from a close, so if you were more inclined to table the matter, then you would vote against the closing of the record, and then table the matter for further information would be the way to do it.
Yeah, I would strongly urge my fellow commissioners that there's additional information that the public's brought up, that I've brought up here on the record. And I could go through it again real quick for you, but I would move to table this. I would vote not to close the record, and I'd move to table this until we acquire additional information.
What type of information are we talking about?
I'll go
that we
through
haven't
real
heard?
quick. I think Eric helped clarify whether the preservation of the existing hedgerow and wetland forest corridor vegetation is part of the plan, and it would be good to have that confirmed. I think I've raised issues, and members of the public has raised issue, is whether the forest stand delineation mapping to date is accurate, suggesting that there's additional specimen trees. And I think staff should go out and confirm that. In addition to identifying, being clear whether this forest area is priority forest retention area, and based on its contiguous nature and historic designation. I think we should be able to see the engineering drawings or the engineering reports regarding adequacy of sewer and water supply. I think the traffic issues are very much up in the air. There's no plan to address the issues at Chapel Road and sorry, the other crossroad is Grace Manor. It's clearly, to use a euphemism, being kicked down the road. I agree with the testimony that
Okay,
really needs to be addressed.
Looking for some examples, and you've given us some.
Okay.
All right.
And, yeah, and it just, and I think the whole Mount Felix connection is also way up in the air. So I think
So
that
we have
needs
a
to be-
motion to table.
Well,
I think you have to vote on the motion to close first, and then there would be a.
Vote on what?
You need to vote on the motion to close first, and if you don't vote on the motion to close, then you would bring up a motion to table.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to close the discussion. Any more discussion on that motion and that second? All right, hearing none, I'll ask for show of hands and a yea or nay to close. Close? Close for discussion?
Close, yes.
Close here, close here. Motion carries.
I'm voting no for the record.
All right, so now we are setting about discussing the approval, the preliminary subdivision approval. That's where we are now. Discussion?
I did have a question for administration. So, that's okay, right? Yeah. So, you know, you all know me in traffic studies, or if you don't, you will. So there was a recommendation by Harford County, and I realize, you know, we don't want to condemn property of private citizens for this roundabout in this area where it's Harford County and City of Havre de Grace and private property. I got it. And, you know, like I was told that normally, you know, you only have to go so far and this is out of the way, but we have talked about Chapel Road a long time, long before you got here. I lived on Chapel Road. I don't anymore, but I did. I witnessed it every day. So I was just wondering if it was included in the traffic study, the required traffic study, and there were some recommendations, you know, what can be done down there? I mean, any suggestions of, you know, I mean, because none of these conditions address a concern brought up by recommendations of a traffic study, which we all fall back on traffic studies.
Right, so the Director of Public Works is going to contract with a third-party engineer, traffic engineer, to determine what the best approach there is.
I understood that, but how it's not a condition.
Harry, if we've closed the record, we've got to stick strictly among ourselves at this
Oh, I
point.
asked if I could ask him a question. I was told
Yeah,
yes.
but if you're developing more record, that's why we close the record.
fair enough.
So that
Okay.
you
Yeah,
could
that's the
just
problem.
start deliberating on the
Okay,
process.
then
Yep.
I thank you. I appreciate that. I was just like, fine.
Yeah, we're on our own now. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, do I hear a motion regarding this approval of this preliminary subdivision request? And there would be a motion to approve or to disapprove or to table
Or we can make a motion to add a condition.
or add a condition. A motion?
I'll move to deny the application.
Is there a second? Hearing none. The motion fails for lack of a second.
I move to table it.
I would second that.
Discussion?
We have a motion and a second to table, and I'm open for discussion.
So why?
Why do I want to table it?
I'm genuinely interested in your opinion on why
That's
you would
fine,
want to
Harry.
table. Yes.
The reason I want to table it is because I don't feel like we have enough answers to some of these questions. There's a lot of good faith comments from the people that are developing, and believe me, I'd love to trust you and believe you and know that all that is true. But I think we need to see a little bit more facts, a little bit more things drawn up in black and white and written down. And some of these things addressed by the people who came up here to talk about some of them were safety issues. And I am all about safety, and I'm all about protecting the people who are in this area. And I understand that your development, it seems to me like a very nice area. I'm not faulting you for that. And you have addressed a lot of the issues that were brought up before, but I think there's a lot of them that have been brought up today that need to be addressed a little bit more. And I personally would like to draw up some of those things and hand them to our planning department. If they want to talk to you about them, that's fine. But I think we need a little bit more clarity on some of the safety particular issues.
Any other discussion?
I feel like there's, quite a few unanswered questions as well. The ones that concern me are the Ionello access issue. I agree that the traffic question is still unknown and is a significant one. And again, all the public facilities things are still very much unknowns to me here.
Any other discussion on this motion and second?
Well, as I said earlier, I agree that there's a number of unanswered questions. I don't want to get into a back and forth, though, of, closing the record, though, and then tabling and asking for additional information. So, if we want to table it, I want to make sure that we are leaving the record open to receive additional information, because I think that's what folks here are suggesting.
Chair, if I might suggest that if the body is asking for additional information, I think it needs to vote on each item of additional information that it wants, that the applicant understands what additional information it would need to provide, or the staff. Because right now, we're hearing you need additional information, and I know Mr. Place identified some, but there should be a vote by the council, or by the commission members on each one of those, as to whether you think you need more in those, as well as ones maybe that were not mentioned by Mr. Place that Commissioner Chan may need to request. So I think that you need to be specific about what pieces of additional information you are requesting if you're going to go down that path.
Can we lump them?
Yes, well, you can do it by, several together, or as an amendment to this, or maybe after the table motion, do it as a separate motion on what items of additional information you need, and you can lump them together. But it might, not knowing how the commission might vote, some may be agreed upon and others might not.
Mr. Chair, I'm concerned that that as a body, we might ask for things that aren't in our purview. Okay, and, so we're still having discussion, right? So I must say, regardless of how I feel about certain things, this is a very well-done staff report, okay? I think that the administration has done a job of trying to head off all these questions, and maybe we're, making things up that aren't in our purview. So I'd just be cautious about, And that's why I asked why you want to table, and your concerns are very valid to me, of course, okay? So it's not up to me. But I don't know if we have enough reason to table, in my opinion. If other people do, then you know, we should vote on it. And
Any other comments? I feel that likewise, that there's no reason to table. You know, I think we've heard about as much as we're going to hear the next time we meet again. It's just not, I mean, there's been a thorough presentation of information to us.
I agree.
Thorough.
Very thorough.
And the things that apparently seem to be missing are things that are not our responsibility to consider, as far as I'm concerned.
And the department has assured us that they are going to follow up on them.
Yeah, you know, it's we can't do everybody's job. We have to do the planning commission's job. And part of the, as I said in the very outset of this meeting, the part of the planning commission's job is to ascertain whether the department has done its diligence and arrived at its proper conclusions as it is charged to do. And I personally find that they have. So it's, I don't see that it's the commission's role to get down in the weeds about which way a water line runs or connects and that sort of thing. That's up to DPW to determine. And I think we have to, within the framework of the regulations, we must rely on traffic studies that are published. And as long as they are still valid, who are we to question that they aren't valid? That's just where I'm coming from, just as one commissioner. We have a motion and we have a second to table.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can I just add, you know, so these are threshold issues for the preliminary plat consideration. And just to use the traffic example, there's no resolution on that. There's been no demonstration of adequate public facilities. In fact, the report from the department is that further studies required. And so we don't know what the results of that could be. So without, you know, a resolution of how that one intersection is going to be resolved, we have not demonstrated adequate public facilities.
And I think it should be stated clearly that this is a preliminary approval. This is to advance the project further. It's not to give a final blessing on the project when they can start building streets.
But these things have to be established at preliminary submission.
No.
So, and they haven't. So that's the problem. Just like forest delineation, just like water and sewer. And it's certainly within our purview to ask for additional information to be confident with all that at the preliminary stage. And the whole INL thing is just, it's completely unresolved. It's going to require revisions to the preliminary subdivision plan.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to, and you're suggesting that we go back through and itemize all the things that we want the applicant to address between now and the next time we meet?
I'm thinking if there's a motion to table that is approved based on additional information, then you would need to specify what additional information is required. If the table motion fails, then you would vote on the next motion, whatever that might be.
I think we should vote on the table. We should vote on the motion to table first and see where we go with there.
All right. I'm going to call the roll. Harry Miller,
No.
Janice Chan,
Yes.
Chip Place,
Yes.
Farhad Shah,
No.
Ed Garono,
Yes.
and the chair votes no. And so we are tied. Therefore, the motion fails. Okay. Do I hear a new motion?
All right. You know, this will be like 3 times in a row, and this is just not me, okay? So, I'm going to make a motion, Mr. Chair, because then you can open my motion for discussion. But I'm going to make a motion that we approve the applicant's request for approval of the preliminary site division plan per the staff reports and the conditions outlined in said staff report.
Do I hear a second?
So you did mention, sorry, you did mention approval based on the conditions of approval being met.
Yes.
Okay.
You did.
Okay, so I second that.
Are you seconding?
Yes. I second that.
So motion and a second to approve the preliminary site plan along with the 5 conditions that are given in the staff report. Discussion on the motion.
I have one suggestion. I think condition 5 is not appropriate, and that, you know, what was called for in the fall of 2024 resolution was not a 20-foot wide emergency access, but it was for a road connecting to Ionella that meets Harford County road standards.
So what you're saying is you prefer that to say, was it 30 foot? I think it was 30
No,
foot.
it's
And to
a
be
road to meet Hartford and connecting to Ionella.
Right.
A road that meets Hartford County road standards. And I think that's either 50 feet or 60 feet. I think we can defer to the code, Hartford County, or, but it has to be adequate to serve what the proposed development on Ionella.
But just how far in? Just the length of the stub?
No, there has to be a stub road that connects to directly to Ionella.
That's what he's saying. You just wanted to go to the connect with property.
Directly to
and
the
then Mr.
Ionella
is-
property and meet Hartford County road standards.
And then Mr. Ionella takes it from that point on?
It actually calls for an easement.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mr. Ionella, as he develops his property, would improve the road connecting into the Legacy's road system.
Mm.
And Mr. Ionella gave a proposal. I suggested a different proposal connecting into Road E, but that has to be a condition that's worked out further. And I think, you know, the parties seemed willing to talk further about it, but that has to be worked out.
So he's proposing to amend my
Yes.
motion,
Yes, but,
and it wasn't very clear.
well,
So we'd have to vote on the amendment of the
we have to vote the amendment first, but
I need the wording.
what I don't understand is this stub road only goes to the back of this particular subdivision that we're hearing tonight. It doesn't go all the way out to Ionellas.
Right.
All right, so what you're saying is that you want to amend it so that that stub road keeps on going until it touches Ionella.
It doesn't have to be that particular stub road either. There has to be a connection from Ionella, and the city council resolution left it up to the discretion of the planning commission, how that would work. But there has to be a direct connection from Ionella into the Legacy's road network.
All right, I need you to write down your amendment.
Can I ask a question? Can we do that? I don't know about, I don't think we can do that.
You can,
It's what the city council prescribed.
you can amend the condition of the staff report. And you can also, I don't think there was a designation, the exact location in the resolution. But that was in the public material.
It seems to me that you're proposing that we act on a piece of property that's not before us tonight.
No, this is the property. It's the Legacy's has to provide an easement that meets the Harford County road standards to connect to Ionella.
Okay.
And that's,
I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah. You can write that as succinctly as possible
I'm doing that.
and then read it back to us.
Okay.
Isn't it clear in the resolution?
What?
The resolution talks about a 20-foot wide grade to allow emergency access. That's not what the 2024 approval, condition of approval on the last concept plan was.
So you can amend the condition of the staff report. To the extent anything needs to go back to city council for the resolution 2024-18 and/or the single concept plan, that may require additional city council review, but that part is not before you if you want to amend the condition.
So Harry, let me just offer my
Just saying the
suggestion.
resolution, I don't see 20 feet in here. I see,
That's the condition 5.
Understood.
Why don't you just read what you wrote?
Yeah. Provide an easement that meets Harford County road standards connecting Mount Felix to the Legacy's road system.
Discussion?
Oh, we need a second to his motion,
This is for the amendment.
for the amendment. I mean, yeah.
It's okay to I'll second it just so we can discuss it.
All right.
So I guess the question is, and maybe it's a mistake, maybe 5 doesn't actually follow the resolution, and maybe we can amend number 5 to follow the resolution that was approved by the council? We shouldn't have to do that. Maybe we just, opinions?
You can amend the condition, and then I think whatever you amend it to, it will go under legal review to see if it has to go back to city council or whether it is sufficient as written.
And I know nobody here's memorized the resolution, but I think the resolution is pretty clear, my opinion.
Which, the annexation resolution?
2024-18. As amended.
So it's already provides for that.
That's my opinion.
But that's not what the condition, the proposed condition says.
All right, we have a motion and a second to amend. Any other discussion on that?
Mr. Ford, I have a question. We're still at the initial resolution he presented, which was to approve based on these conditions.
No,
Are we
Well, and then Mr.
changing that?
No, no.
Mr. Place wants to amend my motion, which was to approve based on the 5
amend by just changing number 5. Motion still
Is still about approval.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I want to know.
yeah.
Okay.
We're voting on whether or not to amend
The
your
staff
motion.
report,
Are you ready to vote?
wait, no,
No.
I'm sorry. So I want to be careful, something that was said. I want to make sure that we don't do anything that, we don't have the authority to modify the council's resolution. So the question is there a discrepancy between the council's resolution and staff report? And then we could modify, okay, and then we could modify the staff report to follow the council's resolution, and only because maybe there's a mistake in the staff report.
I would just add, not only because that might be the view, but also because of testimony you heard tonight that may have given you clarity on what the issues were.
And the council left it up to the planning commission's discretion to some extent here, so. It's as approved by the planning commission. So it's certainly not a 20-foot emergency access,
I agree.
right? It's a road.
Well, again, I'm not going to play the philosophical
No, it's a road to
game
meet
there
Harris
about
County,
ends and
sorry, I
means
keep
and
saying
whatever.
Harris County, maybe, Harford County.
Okay, you're good with your amended
Yeah.
motion, and you're good with the second on that?
I seconded it so we could talk about it.
Right,
Yeah,
all right.
it's just a second so we could
All right.
discuss.
Any other discussion on that motion?
Let's read the motion again.
The amendment.
The amendment, yes.
Yeah, provide an easement that meets Harford County road standards connecting Mount Felix to the Legacy's road system.
Yeah. So while we're discussing it, I don't think I can support that.
All right, I'm gonna call the roll on that. Mr. Gorono,
Yes.
Ms. Shah,
So I'm voting on your initial resolution, or I'm voting on the amendment?
We're
That's
just
correct,
voting
on
on
the
an
amendment.
amendment now.
Okay, then I say no.
Mr. Place,
Yes.
Ms. Chan,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
No.
and the chair votes no. So the motion fails.
No, the amendment
The
fails.
amendment fails. Now back to the original motion to approve the preliminary subdivision application. Any further discussion?
So, Mr. Place's amendment is a no-go, but we might still need an amendment. Because apparently it's not a 20-foot wide. And the resolution does say that it's subject to planning commission approval for the stub road, and it does say that the condition of the subdivision plan approval and recorded in Harford County talks about 50-foot wide road access. There's a whole, so I just want to follow the resolution.
Whack, since it's already spelled out in great detail in the city council resolution, why do we even need number 5?
Yeah, it sounds like what's being proposed, the stub road, is above and beyond that condition, so I don't think you need that at this point. As you say, in terms of connecting to Ionello, it's already required, so when they come forward with development of that property to the north of the stub road, they would be required to provide access through that, so I don't think it's, germane anymore.
So number 5 is moot.
Correct.
Then I have no more discussion, and we're back to my motion in a second.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wants to discuss it.
Well, I still don't think access has been provided, and I don't think we've provided the planning commission sign off on that. So, and all we've seen is that stub road that really doesn't lead anywhere. And doesn't connect to Ionella. So the preliminary subdivision plan does not meet the city council's resolution.
But I think the answer is buried in that resolution.
Yeah, but I think it
277.
requires a redesign of.
Well, it says that the property owners collectively agreed upon a conceptual plan that detailed the distribution of land uses and a proposed internal road network. The parties then submitted to the city council for review and approval in 2020. They approved in November of 2020, and the plan was signed by all property owners acknowledging the conditions of the approval. So,
yeah, I think, Ed, what we're looking at is under annexation resolution 2024-18, it's number 4 down there. That's the precise condition that the city council put on this. And I can read that if you want. But it says, since the Mount Felix property would lose direct access to the park, the green property owners / developers shall grant a permanent road and utility easement at a width compliant with the Harford County Road Code from where Road D connects to the Mount Felix property to the stub road being constructed in the legacies at the northern part of the subdivision plan as shown on Exhibit C. The precise location of the stub road would be subject to Planning Commission approval in accordance with the city's subdivision regulations. The easement shall be a condition of subdivision plan approval for the Legacies project and must be recorded in the lands records for Harford County. Customary and reasonable costs associated with the preparation and recording of such easement shall be borne by the owner, developer of Mount Felix, Ionella property, unless such owner declines to pay for such easement preparation and recordation, in which case easements will be subject to future negotiation amongst the parties, and the provision will have no effect. And the staff report then says, a stub road out to provide between parcels 2037 and between lots 262 and 251. This stub road must be 20 foot wide and graded to allow emergency vehicle access after review by the chief of the Susquehanna Hose Company. So the staff report does not match the city council resolution. And it's up to the planning commission to determine what that adequate easement is.
I see the, number 5, the stub road as a minimum specification. It must be at least that. And I see that the annexation requirement has precedence over the staff report,
Right.
and automatically. You know, I don't see that we have to necessarily make one fit the other precisely.
Jeff has something to say.
But we've closed the record, that's the problem.
Yeah, you just got to make a determination based on the record.
Huh?
I said you need to make a determination based on the record.
Yeah.
I mean, I can propose an amendment that we,
I'm sorry?
I could propose an amendment to my own motion that we strike number 5 or amend number 5 to just say, follow the resolution, 2024-19 as amended. Boom.
Yeah.
Repeat that slowly, so for the record.
I propose an amendment that we modify my original recommendation to change conditions of approval number 5, to delete all the words that are there, and just say that as a condition that they have to follow resolution number 2024-18 as amended.
Easy.
Before anybody seconds, we need to make that a lot more concise. Can you say something like, this stub road in parcel 237 between lots 262 and 251 must be constructed according to that?
That wasn't what he wanted.
No.
That
Why don't we just drop condition 5?
He
You know
wanted
what?
to drop
You know
condition
what? We
5.
could just drop condition.
Oh, you want to,
I was, yeah.
okay, all right. So there's an amendment to drop number 5, condition number 5 in the staff report. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Discussion on that amendment.
I'll just say, I still don't think it solves the problem, but it certainly eliminates something that was not intended by City Council.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to call the roll on that amendment. We'll start with Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Chan.
Yes.
Mr. Place.
Yes.
Ms. Shaw.
I'm undecided. Is it still?
It's just the amendment.
Okay.
This is just the amendment.
In the end, are we ever going to put a condition on the approval and say that we are basing the approval on 4 conditions instead of 5? Is that how we get back to you?
I just amended to delete number 5,
what
so
we're
that's
voting
what
on,
it'll
is
be,
doing that.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, yes.
Mr. Grono.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Okay, so the amendment passes, and now we're back to the preliminary subdivision approval. Any other discussions or amendments on the motion and the second to approve the preliminary subdivision as presented? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to call for a vote. Mr. Gorono.
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw.
Yes.
Mr. Place.
Nope.
Ms. Chan.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And the preliminary subdivision plan is approved. That doesn't necessarily mean the final one will be approved, just for the record, but it gets you another step along the way. Thank you for a long evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm hungry or I'm sleepy.
I'm just thirsty.
Before we leave, yeah. This hearing is,
With the motion?
motion,
I move,
if we adjourn this hearing.
we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.